always talked to me a lot about the sky. She liked to watch the clouds in the day and the stars at night, especially the stars. We would play a game sometimes, a game called What's Beyond the Sky. We would imagine darkness or blinding light or something else that we didn't know how to name. But of course, that was just a game. There's nothing beyond the sky. The sky just is, and it goes on, and we play all of our games beneath it.
Gunners, give short bursts when they're in range. Do not waste ammunition.
Watch out, they'll come back around. There's one coming out of the way. That is too close. Roger that. Back up. I see him. It's coming around, I got him. Come on, you blasted crowd. Come to Papa. Yeah. Oh, I got him. 9 o'clock. Keep your eyes on level. Here you come, coming back again. What do you got, Tolan? Lights! All lights! Oh, we see them too! Mary! What the hell are they? Let's get a look at these. What are you, Germans? They're too bright, I can't see. Keep moving fast! Lights, all around! Everybody keep calm, we're gonna take care of this. There's one coming down on the west. Fire fire! Come on! Fire's all over us! Ahead! Oh, Christ!
We won't die.
Russell Keyes came home from the war like a lot of other soldiers. He was tired of fighting, and he was very glad to be coming home. There were things that had happened to him, and he knew that he was not the same person he had been when he left. He had changed, and he wondered about all the things here at home that might have changed too while he'd been away. But sometimes when you go somewhere far away and then come back, the part that bothers you most is not the things that have changed, but the way that other things have stayed the same. Like you hadn't been anywhere or done anything at all.
Hello, Mom.
The kids would still play ball on the vacant lot where he and his friends had played every summer. The high school band would still play every Friday night in the park downtown. and old Mrs. Parker would still be waiting as the kids came home from school to yell at them if they stepped on her flowers. All of that might still be the same, but he was different, and so nothing would really be the same at all.
I know you will.
Miss, who do I talk to about getting one of those GI loans?
I remember the day I proposed to your mother. I was nervous as hell.
I can't picture anything making you nervous.
Oh, I had to walk around the block 5 times. And then I walked halfway home after that before I finally managed to get my nerve up. Of course, I hadn't had the life experience that you've had.
Dad.
Hmm?
My car looked real nice.
We hid her from a couple of scrap drives. Kind of unpatriotic, I guess, but we did our bit in other ways. Was it very terrible?
No, it wasn't so bad.
What do you got, Tolan? Lights! Blue lights! What the hell are they? Captain, we have got to bail out! I don't want to die! Trust me, Johnson. We won't die.
They say some men carry their war with them for the rest of their lives. And some men put it behind them like an old pair of shoes. And then I guess there are others who go on fighting, even if they have no idea who their fight is with, or why it's so important not to give up.
Some people will tell you the war was won by superior manpower. Some people say that it was strategy, or a just cause, or the fact that we're so damn tough. Well, none of that is true. What won the war was secrets. Knowing theirs and keeping ours. Gentlemen, meet the Enola Gay. When the Enola Gay dropped her payload on Hiroshima, only 107 men in the entire country knew what that specific payload was. The B-29 had been redesigned to carry its load, and a new crew selected to carry an atomic bomb was on board. They were carrying out a mission so secret that even they didn't know what it was. The secret was kept until the ultimate moment. As a result, the war was won. As members of the Intelligence Corps, it will be your job to keep secrets. Here at the 509th Bomb Group, that responsibility is made all the more awesome by the fact that we are the only base authorized to store atomic weapons. At any given moment, your ability to keep your mouth shut, and if necessary, to lie through your teeth, may very well determine the course of history. Group 10,
We had 18 more sightings today. Dancing lights, mostly. The bulk of them over the Pacific Northwest, and 3, I think, over the Great Lakes.
Something Russian?
I heard something on the radio. People were saying that they're from another planet.
We used to hear that a lot at Los Alamos. We never knew if it was something of ours or something the Germans had going.
Oh, that's right, Ellen, I forgot. You were at Los Alamos. We got a new mayor in at the stables, and I thought you might like to join me for a ride.
I'd like that very much.
Fine.
Will you be joining us?
No, she doesn't ride. Her constitution. It's a little too delicate.
He's a bit of a bully, your father.
No, it's not personal. He's like that.
Captain, you gonna ride? You gonna stand around yapping?
He doesn't let you ride. How does he feel about you going to the movies?
A man named Kenneth Arnold, private pilot out of Boise, flying over the Cascades, says he saw 9 saucer-shaped discs in the sky. This is all over the Seattle papers. Wire services picked it up, and they're running with it.
And they're running with it, sir. You don't want to forget about the sir. Some officers around here that can really get their shorts in a bunch over that, Howard. Just something to keep in mind. What do you make of all this?
Russians. Some sort of reconnaissance coming over the Bering Straits. It has to be.
You don't think we're being invaded by Martians, then?
No, sir. I don't.
I did.
I thought it was slow.
Hey there, soldier. You looking for some fun?
Not now, Sue. I'm on duty.
You look ready for action, but you don't look like you're on duty.
Meeting the colonel to go over something.
Sure you are.
Call you later.
I won't be there.
Welcome back to KGFL Studios in Roswell, New Mexico. It's a breezy July 2nd, 1947, and here is Dinah Washington with Stairway to the Stars. Second season as manager. Using baseball. Being on his trusty Steve. My best. Olivia, it was Henry. Always. These will include.
Great.
Damn it.
here!
You mentioned that you saw a crash.
Clear as day. If that was God's angels, then right now, they're camped out about 1.5 miles above Pine Lodge.
Yes. Excuse me for interrupting, sir. There's a rancher just came into the sheriff's office with something I think you want to take a look at.
Sue. I'm right in the middle of something.
I really need to see you.
And I need to see you. And what if I give you a call tonight, if I can get away?
I want every bit of debris out of this pasture and back at the base. All of your men are confined to the base pending a debriefing. And that means the two of you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Any witnesses?
Yes, sir. Name's Brazel.
Sir? We'd appreciate your not speaking to anyone about this. It's a matter of national security.
It's from outer space, isn't it?
What crashed in that field was a constant level balloon train. This is the material out of which the radar reflectors on the train are made. If the Russians have figured out how to build a bomb, we want to know about it, and this little spy balloon will tell us. This is a project called Mogul, and it has a security classification of A1.
Reporters are all over this. We're gonna have to give them something.
Somebody already has.
With us this morning in the KGFL studios is a local rancher who has a startling story to tell. You found something on your ranch? Some kind of debris?
This wasn't just any debris, sir. This was some metal like nothing I'd ever seen before. This was something from another world.
We've got to shut this guy up, sir.
We thought we'd let it go. Divert attention from Mogul. When you've seen the reports on all these sightings, people are eating this up with a spoon.
I wouldn't recommend that, sir.
Why is that, Captain?
If we give our seal of approval to this, people are going to believe it. You get a country that thinks that we're not in control of the skies, you're inviting a major panic.
Oh, really?
So which do you like better for the press release? Flying discs, flying saucers?
Is this for real, Captain? Those were pieces of a spaceship?
No, it was ours. Spy balloon, highly classified, A1.
Oh, that weird metal, all of that.
Part of the project.
Some flying saucer, eh, sir?
This highly classified project, it collided with something. That's how it crashed?
I suppose so, yes.
So what did it collide with?
The advantage comes through preparation. By the time your troop goes out for its wilderness badge, you guys are going to know every inch of this ground.
Isn't that kind of like cheating?
Yeah, scouting's about attitude. You're going to have to do something about yours.
Done this weekend 14 times, Dad.
Don't you think we're ready?
Yeah. You're ready when you know. When you absolutely know your ground, okay? When you can be sure that nothing can surprise you. Oh, my God.
Jackie Robinson continues to extend his consecutive game hitting streak to 19. While Robinson will no doubt remain the center of attention in the National League, he's about to share the spotlight with Larry Doby, another Negro who is just...
Once you let them in, there's no turning back.
It's the end of the world as we know it. Hey, what do you guys make of all this flying saucer razzmatazz?
Tell you what I think. I think the Russians is giving us a buzz with some sort of spy gadget. See what all we got out of the base.
No. Hell with that. It was ours. We were testing something to spy on them.
Or maybe the Germans.
I say it was the Martians, pure and simple.
Captain. Owen, I need to speak to you.
Sue. You know what? A couple minutes. Marty. Yes, sir.
The woman I just nodded to. Give me a couple minutes, then go tell her I was called away in an emergency and I won't be back today. Oh, and Marty. She's gonna know you're lying, so try to sound as sincere as possible.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, miss, I'm sorry, but the captain's been called away. You're welcome to wait, but he may not be back for a while.
Excuse me, are you the people we talked to about flying saucers?
Yeah, there's someone around here who can help you if you just go down the hall.
My boys and I, we have some information.
Down the hall.
But we know where one crashed.
I was out with the boys. I was doing a little practice for their wilderness outing with the Pioneer Rangers.
Which we think is kind of cheating.
Knowing as much as possible beforehand is not cheating, son. Be prepared.
Thank you, Captain. We're just coming up over this rise.
It's a real one, isn't it, sir?
Most people change kind of slowly. They're who they are, and then after a while, they're someone else. But some people know the exact moment where their lives changed. They saw the person they were going to marry, or the look in their baby's eyes the first time he smiled. For some people, it's not the good things in life that made them change. It's something they've gone through that makes everything they look at from that moment on seem very different from how it had always been.
Beautiful boy you got there, Russell.
Yeah, he takes after his mom.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, you got the life, I'm telling you. You got the best girl in Bement, beautiful boy. You got your memories of your heroic youth.
Yeah, I've got it all.
Russell, if I was you, I'd be the happiest man in town. I wouldn't be walking around looking like something the cat just dragged in.
Bill, I'm all right. I just have, trouble sleeping, that's all.
Come on, stop!
Get off of him! Let him go! Go!
I'm sorry.
It's all right. It's all right.
I get these pictures in my head. And I can't concentrate on anything.
Pictures in your head. From the war?
I was shot in the gut, Kate. And I was dying. And my plane was going down. And 3 days later, I was in a field in France with all of my men. With no idea where we'd been for those 3 days or how we got into that field. Or why weren't we dead?
What did your men say?
We never talked about it. Something happened to me. I don't know what. I just have this feeling it's still happening.
Jetzt bist du mein Geborgener.
It was a dream. Get away from there. It was a dream. You're all right, honey. You're all right. You're here with me. It was a dream. It was a dream. Dream. It was a dream. Dream.
It wasn't a dream.
doesn't matter. As long as they can't get in.
No, as long as you can't get in.
You don't want to know.
What's happening to you?
You gonna let them give this to the press, too?
Well, it was one thing when we knew it was a lie. We can control that. But now that it's real, there's no way we can let this out. Who found it?
The father and the son's out hiking.
Did you clean that up?
I already have.
That's good. Son, I appreciate you coming to me with this. And when the time comes, you won't be forgotten.
Sir, when I went inside the craft, there were 5 seats. There are only 4 bodies.
Canvass everything within a 200-mile radius of the crash site. If something crawled out of here alive, I want to know about it.
People are lonely in this world for lots of different reasons. Some people have something in their disposition. Maybe they were just born too mean, or maybe they were born too tender. But most people are brought to where they are by circumstance, by calamity or a broken heart, or something else happening in their lives that wasn't anything they planned on.
The hell's wrong with my chicken?
I don't think it was your chicken, Tyler.
You can go on home, Sally. I'll take care of these stragglers and lock up.
Unless, of course, you want to call Fred and tell him you're leaving him and the kids for me.
Well, maybe I best go home and tell him in person, Tyler.
He ain't good enough for you, Sal.
People are lonely in this world for lots of different reasons. The one thing that I do know is, doesn't matter what any one of them might tell you, nobody wants to be alone.
Shoehorn?
What?
The shoehorn, have you seen it?
You have to leave tonight?
I'm in San Antonio tomorrow afternoon selling to an insurance company. These guys can smell road sweat on a person. They don't respond well to road sweat.
Did the kids eat?
You want me to feed the kids? You're the waitress. You feed them. I gotta go. I'll see you in 3 weeks. If something comes up, just call the home office. They know where I am.
Stay right here for just a second. Tom, honey. Wake up, sweetie.
What's wrong?
Nothing. I need you to go sleep on the couch, okay?
Who's that?
We'll talk about it in the morning. Go get the pillow and the extra blanket for my bed, okay? Come on, sweetie, go on. Go on. You really should see a doctor.
I'll be fine. As soon as I can collect my thoughts. Thank you. Thank you for bringing me in.
Who is he? Who's that man?
He's a stranger, honey, and he's hurt.
How long does he have to stay in my room?
I don't know, I guess until he's better.
Mama? What happened to your nose?
Some people have given up all hope of anything in their lives ever changing. They just go on with it day by day. And if something were to come along and make things different, they probably wouldn't even notice it right off. Except maybe for that kind of nervous feeling you get in your stomach. My mom and I used to call that the car trip feeling, because it was how I'd feel whenever I knew we were going to go somewhere far away or somewhere new.
How you feeling?
Not much better. What's this?
Breakfast?
Thank you. Maybe in a few minutes.
Oh, the bathroom's right down the hall. I put out some towels and shirt and pants that belonged to my husband before he gained all that weight. I reckon you can keep them.
That's very kind. Your husband doesn't appreciate that kindness in you. He doesn't see your sadness either. But you've stopped wanting him to. I think you're right. There's some things you don't share with an uncaring person.
What happened to you?
I was in an accident.
Well, I can see that. What kind of accident?
Farming.
You got a farm around here?
No, someone gave me a ride. What's wrong?
Oh, I woke up with this headache this morning. I thought it was gone already. You were telling me about your accident.
I'm not feeling much like talking right now. Would you mind letting me rest for a while?
I'm sorry. Sure, not at all. I'll just put the tray right here, and that way it'll be here if you wake up hungry. You were right, you know. I guess I don't care if my husband sees my sadness.
Early on the the 5th, this debris was recovered in a field near Roswell, New Mexico. Earlier reports have stated that this debris was the wreckage of a flying saucer. I'm afraid we are here today to pop that balloon and replace it with one of our own. This, gentlemen, is a weather balloon. On any given day in the United States, there are hundreds of these in the air, and they do not come from outer space. They are manufactured in Cleveland. This is its radar reflector. It tracks wind speed. None of this debris is from outer space. The reflector is made in Newark, New Jersey, and the balloon is made in Cleveland.
Excuse me, sir. I wonder if I might have a word.
Yes, Captain.
I was wondering, sir, what we're going to do now.
About what?
About the craft, about the bodies.
What craft? What bodies?
Clearly organic.
It's not clearly anything. Jenkins says it's animal. And it takes on the characteristics of an animal cell. Krauss says it's some sort of fungus, which would explain its sameness and density, and we look again, and it has those characteristics. It seems to be able to change into whatever we want it to be.
You'd all better come see Dr. Golden.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech olam asher bocha.
I came to check on the body from the crash, and I found him like this.
What's he say? Is it German?
Golden wouldn't speak German. It's Hebrew.
What has he done with the body?
I don't know.
My God.
Hello, operator. I'd like to place a call to Fresno, California. Madison, 4573.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. My crew of 9 men.
8 of them are dead. And Johnson, my co-pilot, he's in the hospital for a bliss not expected to recover.
What happened to them?
No one knows. No one has any idea at all.
What are you doing?
I have to find out what's happened to my men. And what's happening to me.
No, you don't.
Kate, I'm no husband. And I'm no father to our boy until I can find out what's going on.
You're not gonna find anything out there, Russell. I mean, what do you think you're gonna find?
Bishop, right?
I'm Bishop.
So, Colonel Campbell out of Fort Worth the other night.
Right?
Destination?
That's neat to know.
Army intelligence. I need to know.
Captain Crawford. Is that right? Colonel Campbell told me you might want to talk to me.
A gentleman to see you, miss.
Can you go for a ride?
I'll get my car coat.
No, I said a ride, not a drive. Just loosen up on the reins, just a little.
Okay.
There you go.
Like that?
Yep. There you go. There you go. You all right?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. All right? You okay? Faster? Are you sure?
Where did you learn to ride?
One of my many odd jobs before I found the Army.
Well, I'm glad you found us.
I was afraid you wouldn't come out with me.
Why wouldn't I come?
Your father, he's so dead set against you and me seeing each other. I'm not quite sure why he has such a low opinion of me.
Well, I'm not my father.
I know that. You're the sun and the moon to me, Anne. The sun and the moon. Here we go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anne, I had to come up through the ROTC ranks. I may never be anything more than a captain.
I don't care about
But
that.
I can tell you this, I'm gonna do some things in this world, Anne. I am nobody's fool, and I know that I can make my mark. Anne, will you marry me?
Oh, and what happened back there up on the hill? It doesn't
And
matter.
I
You
would
don't
never
have-
do anything like that with anyone but the woman I intend to marry. Marry me.
Oh.
Yeah. Marry me.
you have any idea where he's gone?
He seemed to be able to reach inside my brain, to use my own memories as a stage on which to mount our conversation.
I don't quite follow, Professor.
I was there, in that room. My bar mitzvah in Dresden. If I could have stayed, I could have spoken again with my father. I wish to see my father.
What in God's name happened here?
They're both dead.
Mind stepping out of the car, sir?
What did I do, officer?
Would you mind stepping out of the car, sir?
Thank you, officer. I'll take it from here. Captain Crawford, Army Intelligence. This is routine debriefing, nothing to be alarmed about.
Routine?
I apologize for the unconventional approach. Look, I'll be honest with you. There's a leak in the project. Someone's talking. And don't be alarmed, we don't suspect you. But the fact is, we need to go over some information to verify the source of the leak.
Does this have anything to do with what happened to Dr. Golden?
In part, yes.
I don't see how Dr. Golden's death could have anything to do with the leak.
Well, why don't you tell me what you think happened?
Well, Dr. Golden was in the room with the one that turned out to be alive. And apparently they can, well, this is incredible. We saw it first on a cellular level. They can become whatever they want.
I don't follow you at all.
They can appear as people. Dr. Golden, for example, thought he was 13 at his bar mitzvah. He saw his father. Apparently, that's what killed me and the visitor.
Been a lot of help. And, Doctor, I think you can appreciate how important it could be that you say nothing about this to anyone. They can appear as people, you say?
Yes, as unbelievable as that seems.
An exposure to one of these apparitions, that's what killed Dr. Golden.
It's not safe to spend too much time with one of them.
Well,
How do you feel?
like I'm floating.
Headaches? Anything like that?
Nothing like that.
It's good. That's good.
Becky?
Whammy. Whammy. Woo.
That was amazing. Mama, John's been doing magic tricks that are much better than Tom's.
You not hungry?
No,
He's never hungry.
Tom, that's enough.
No, it's all right. How are you feeling? Your headache?
Oh, I'm fine. I hadn't even thought about it. Thank you.
Good. That's good.
So where did you come from anyway?
Tom?
No, I don't mind. I come from Des Moines.
That's like 1,000 miles away from here. How'd you know that? It's where my magic kit came from.
Tom, Becky, sit up and watch your manners.
I come from there originally. Just been working any place I could since then. Farm work mainly.
What happened to you that got you so messed up?
Machine accident.
Why are you being so mean to John? He's our friend. You're not my friend.
Well, you certainly seem to be recovering nicely.
Like I told you, I just need a little rest.
So now that you're feeling better, I guess you'll be moving on?
I guess so. I just need a few more days.
Everyone knows not to stare into the sun. It's something your mother tells you when you're a kid. Don't look at the sun or you'll go blind. But sometimes you want to understand something so badly that you'll risk going blind for just a glimpse of what it might all be about.
Damn. I brought you something.
Thanks, Cap. You got married, huh? The same girl? One that worked at the bank?
Yeah, same one.
What the hell are you doing here, Captain? Not that I'm not glad to see you.
Do you know about the other men?
What about them?
They're dead.
Same thing.
Yeah, more or less.
What about you? How come you're the walking one and only?
I don't know.
Do you believe in God, Captain?
Yes, I do.
How about you? Not in any way that helps. I'm sorry, Captain. I don't mean to sound bitter. I should be thanking you. After all, you saved my life.
The thing is, Johnson, except for these dreams I've been having, I don't remember a thing about what happened.
Oh, well, hell, Captain, that's a damn shame. Because you were an A1 Audie Murphy hero. Whatever they did to us, they did for a long time. Whenever I'd stop screaming, I'd hear one of the other guys. It seemed like we were there for days. You were on the cot next to mine. Now, maybe it was sloppy. Maybe they thought we were just too far gone to care, and we wouldn't fight back. But they put that machine gun down right across from your cot. And they left a clip in the gun. Almost like they didn't quite understand how a machine gun worked. You sure as hell showed you, Captain. Only one thing. You and I both know it wasn't Germans you killed that day. It wasn't Germans at all.
Because it brought me to you.
Happening here. But I sure as heck don't care.
And when the Indians first saw the Spaniards, they thought they were gods or devils. To the Indians, white man did not look like man at all.
I don't like him. I think he's nice.
Children, these gentlemen are from the United States Army. They're searching West Texas for a deserter. This man ran away from his post, and these men think he might be hiding around here somewhere.
If anyone has seen a stranger around these parts, you let us know about it right away. Don't go trying to talk to him yourself. This fella's dangerous, boys and girls.
I want to go through his clothes and stuff, see if I can find anything from the army.
I don't know, Tom. The sheriff said the deserter was dangerous.
That's why I want to know if it's John. Come on! Where are his clothes? Tom. It's him.
It's who?
Now listen to me. You think you know something, but you don't.
Let me go. Let me go.
Let him go! Let him go!
My business here is almost done. And I won't let you interfere.
Tom, your nose is bleeding.
I'm sorry, Tom.
Where is everybody? What's with them?
See for yourself.
Joel, come with me.
All
right, son, all right.
The man you're looking for is at our house.
Come on, let's move out. Brady, you take the south road.
Tyler, my boss down at the diner, called to say that there were some soldiers in town looking for a deserter from the Army base in New Mexico. I know you come from a place a whole lot further than that. I don't know it is how you do what you do. I know you can see into people. They're gonna be coming for you soon. My grandmother gave me these. She came over to Texas in 1893. I always thought they were kind of funny. Well, you know, they're for Texas, the Lone Star State, and there's 2 of them. Will you take one with you? And I'll keep the other. Can I see you once before you go?
You better go inside.
So I hope you like company. To Owen and Ann. Congratulations.
You can pour one for me too, Dad.
If I didn't think that it'd break my daughter's heart, I'd kill you where you stand.
But it really would break her heart. You know what I'd like as a wedding present? I'd like to be a major.
What?
A major. Anything less than it wouldn't be right when you put me in charge of your little project up there at Wright Field.
That project is mine. You won't see the inside of that laboratory.
I disagree. It's an alloy unknown on this planet. There's no translation, ancient or modern, for the language. It was found at Pine Lodge, at the crash site. Either you give me exactly what I want, or I'll go public with this. I'll bring your flying saucer crashing down on your head, Dad.
Enjoy your new promotion.
Oh, and I'd never do anything to hurt Anne. She's the sun and the moon to me.
Hey, Tyler, what do I have to do to get a refill in here today?
Just hang on a minute, will you, Larry?
Sally, be right there.
Sally? Sally, honey, you all right?
I'll be out in just a minute.
Honey, what's the matter with you?
Oh, hell, Tyler. I'm pregnant.
Be proud. Honey, I'm sorry.
My mother always talked to me a lot about the sky. She liked to watch the clouds in the day and the stars at night, especially the stars. We would play a game sometimes, a game called What's Beyond the Sky. We would imagine darkness, or a blinding light, or something else that we didn't know how to name. But of course, that was just a game. There's nothing beyond the sky. The sky just is, and it goes on and on. We play all of our games beneath it.
Stay all night, stay a little longer, dance all night, dance a little longer, pull off the coat, throw it in the coat.
I've been coming here for 2 weeks about you and me, Owen. I came about this.
Where'd you find this?
Up at Pine Lodge.
Here, come to my office.
That night after you ditched me to go to the movies with that army brat, I was out driving around. I saw something crash. I went up there, and there was something in the trees, but it was dark and I couldn't really see what. And then I found that.
You brought it to me.
So, you never let me explain about that night. I was supposed to meet the colonel. He was ill, and his daughter came to give me the message.
Sure she did.
You completely misunderstood the situation.
Sure I did.
You were the sun and the moon to me, Sue. The sun and the moon. Should get in the habit of locking your door. Oh, well. Too late.
Owen Crawford is the best commanding officer, boss, advisor, and all-around good guy that I've ever come to know. And Ann, well, you're not just marrying Owen. You're getting me and Marty, too, and everyone else who's ever served under him. So I hope you like company. To Owen and Ann. Congratulations.
Dance with me. Can't believe it. You can pour one for me too, Dad.
If I didn't think that it'd break my daughter's heart, I'd kill you where you stand.
But it really would break her heart. You know what I'd like as a wedding present? I'd like to be a major.
What?
A major. Anything less than it wouldn't be right when you put me in charge of your little project up there at Wright Field.
That project is mine. You won't see the inside of that laboratory.
I disagree. It's an alloy unknown on this planet. There's no translation, ancient or modern, for the language. It was found at Pine Lodge, at the crash site. Either you give me exactly what I want, or I'll go public with this. I'll bring your flying saucer crashing down on your head, Dad.
Enjoy your new promotion.
Oh, and I'd never do anything to hurt Ann. She's the sun and the moon to me.
Hey, Tyler, what do I have to do to get a refill in here today?
Hang on a minute, will you, Larry?
Sally, be right there.
Sally? Sally, honey, you all right?
I'll be out in just a minute.
Honey, what's the matter with you?
Oh, hell, Tyler. I'm pregnant.
Be proud. Honey, I'm sorry.
My mother always talked to me a lot about the sky. She liked to watch the clouds in the day and the stars at night, especially the stars. We would play a game sometimes, a game called What's Beyond the Sky. We would imagine darkness, or a blinding light, or something else that we didn't know how to name. But of course, that was just a game. There's nothing beyond the sky. The sky just is, and it goes on and on. We play all of our games beneath it.
Stay all night, stay a little longer, dance all night, dance a little longer. Pull off the coat, throw it in the corner, but don't see why don't stay a little longer.
In ordinary times, ordinary boys led ordinary lives filled with ordinary things. But these were not ordinary times, and Charlie Chestnut was no ordinary boy. He was the invited guest of Artemis P. Fonswick. All the animals knew Artemis. It was hard not to know a squirrel who was 4 feet tall. Artemis lived in the biggest oak tree in the woods. Inside the tree was a 3-room house with a bedroom and a sitting room and a pantry with as many nuts as a person, or a squirrel for that matter, would ever want to eat. You could only find Artemis's home if you'd been invited. And now Charlie Chestnut had been invited.
Mom.
Go sleep, Jesse.
You think Daddy ever thinks about us?
Of course he does, honey.
Think he'll ever come and see me?
You know I love you very much. And you know Bill loves you too. Just like you were his own boy.
Was that the war that made Daddy go away?
Kind of, honey.
Don't really remember him. I just thought maybe if you could call him on the phone or something, and he could be my invited guest.
Go sleep.
Jesse asleep? Did Charlie go into the woods and find Artemis yet?
We always get to the part when he's about to go. I'd love to know what happens when he gets to Artemis's house.
Oh, you'll get there.
He's asking about his father again. He wants to know if Russell can come visit.
What'd you tell him?
What can I tell him?
How about you, Kate? You still miss him?
I'm married to you now, Bill.
Yeah, that's not what I asked you. That's what I thought.
Hey. You ran out on us. You were there and you didn't go anywhere. Don't think I don't know that.
When you're a kid, all you ever want is for the stories your mom reads you to be true. You think you can crawl inside the world that's in every book and live in the pictures on every page. But deep down, you know that this isn't something that could ever happen. And it's knowing that the magic isn't quite there, that it's just over the next hill, or maybe in the next story, that makes you feel safe in your bed at night. You really wouldn't want it to be any other way.
Volturans were on the level?
I'm sure they were. There have never been any people in history who wouldn't be free of a dictator if they could.
Alpha was sure pleased. He said he'd supervise their elections.
If all men were free to live by majority rule and to worship as they wished, the universe need never know war again.
There are times when it seems like the whole world is afraid.
Captain Video blast the Martian invader! Your weapons are no use against Zoltar!
When the fear is something you have to live with, day in and day out.
Use the nails from last year.
Yeah, I'm trying.
When people get scared, they do a lot of different things. They fight, or they run. They destroy the thing they're afraid of, or they put a lot of distance between it and them.
Nice. Watch it.
Make it something you can shoot at with a friction action gun.
We'll get a tree tonight when I get home, okay?
Okay.
Bye, boys. And try not to destroy the universe, all right? We took this craft apart more than 10 years ago. More than 10 years, and we still have no idea how it ran. No clue what its power source was or what the aerodynamics involved were. In fact, we know less now than we did when we found the damn thing. Just chime in if I've left anything out, gentlemen. 2 years ago, some tiny circuit you thought might do something electrical. Or was it something that stored information? The year before that, I believe you thought you found out what the thing was made of. 10 years, gentlemen. And so far, all we have to show for all your hard work is a way to hold my pants up without a belt.
Sir, we're dealing with a technology so far beyond ours, we can't even find a place to start.
We are in a space race, gentlemen. Suppose that another craft crashed or was brought down over the Soviet Union. Could you imagine the implications if the Russians were to master this technology first?
I hardly think that's likely.
Do you have a better explanation for the success of Sputnik? Do you?
This is Dr. Kreutz. He's here at Groom Lake with Lockheed working on the technology for a plane that can fly undetected by radar. You may have seen the prototype out in the yard. His is a project that shows some signs of yielding results. And Dr. Kreutz has agreed to come over to our program for an indefinite period of time. Of course, a physicist of such eminence comes with his own people. As of today, you gentlemen are reassigned to other duties. We've been receiving reports of some very strange radio signals coming from our base in Iceland. Captain Bowen has the details of your transportation for you. Merry Christmas. I'm afraid I owe you an apology, Doctor.
Why?
One of the burdens that comes with this assignment, I report directly to the President. General Eisenhower is not a patient man. Over the years, I've led him believe that some of your technological advances were derived from our research.
What advances?
General Eisenhower was particularly impressed with the Explorer satellites you sent up earlier this year. I hope when you meet the President, you won't disabuse him of his impression.
And be reassigned to Iceland a week before Christmas? Certainly not. Let me see a little bird.
The interior wasn't damaged in the crash. It's exactly as it was when we found it.
May I?
It is easy to see what has baffled your researchers for all these years. No instrument panels, no monitoring devices. Nothing. And yet, even now, there's a sense of energy here.
We have to limit exposure in here to some sort of field or something. In about 6 minutes, your head will start to ache. 20 minutes maximum before we have a cerebral hemorrhage.
We'll never get this craft off the ground without an engine.
We can't find the engine.
There were 5 of them. They died in 1947. These are beings of unimaginable power of mind. The ability to reach inside a man's mind and give him the images that are lurking there. Surely that requires more energy than what is needed to guide a ship among the stars. The power of mind. That is the energy source your scientists have been unable to find.
Well, what do you suggest we do, Doctor? Wait until they crash again?
That is one option.
What's another one?
Find someone else with unimaginable power of mind.
Oreos and a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
You're wrong on that one. My mom promised me a steak sandwich and a slice of pie. How'd you do that, weirdo?
Your mom and dad had a fight last night about him being drunk. She used the steak on her eye, and besides that, she didn't feel much like making anything fancy.
You're dead for a year. Hey, there he is. Talking about my parenting, you creep. What are you you doing hiding in the bushes outside
Get
my
him,
house?
Travis. Come on.
Come on, tell me where you were, you little weirdo.
Get him.
You're gonna die.
Travis. Travis, look at me.
What'd you do, freak?
I'm sorry I was late, hon. I got working in that shed. Lost all track of time. How was the last day of school? Everybody excited about the big vacation? Honey, are you feeling all right? You don't have a fever. I made you some fried chicken and brought you a Pepsi. Well, you can eat it now or you can rest until we get to Amarillo. I love you, honey. Every day and twice on Sunday.
Rock and roll died last March 24th when Elvis went into the Army. Wouldn't you agree, Captain? I was just saying rock and roll died when Elvis went in the Army.
Yeah, if you say so.
The captain's not one for conversation. The way he holds onto that ratty duffel of his, you'd think it was full of dough.
Oh, go easy. He's not right.
Just trying to make friendly conversation. Man thinks he's the only one with a pass.
My father liked to say that there were these things in life that didn't make any sense, and they could never make any sense. And if you were anywhere near smart, you knew that. But your job was not to give up, to keep on trying to make sense out of them anyway, trying to understand things that could never be understood. I guess maybe people will always find different names for their answers. But the one thing is, their questions will always be the same.
It was on my second trip to Venus that I first met Renuthia and learned the answer to the question that I'm sure has brought all of you here this evening, and that is, what do our space brothers and sisters want from us? Well, what they want, more than anything, is for all of us to be friends.
Hey, Captain, give us back. Yeah, what the hell, Captain? Sure.
This is the dawning of a new era of peace and understanding. That is truly what they want us to know, that we are all part of the same great whole, that we all belong to the light. These people are very gentle. Their message is only one of kindness.
Now you want to tell us what you think about Elvis getting drafted, or are you still too hoi polloi for that?
Oh, my days back.
You think? What you mean, your hero medals? What you get your medals for, hero? What kind of man did he used to be before he became just another lost soul?
You let him alone. You hit him again, I believe he'll die.
He'll die. Or I'm gonna have to get back to Sing Sing. No, I don't want to do that.
They mean us no harm. They don't want to hurt us. More than anything else, they want us to know they come in peace.
No! 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 Let it get you, bastard! No!
I've met them too. Well, one of them at least.
You are?
Do you think they'll be coming back soon?
Our time and their time is not the same time.
Are you planning on coming to our New Year's festival?
I hadn't heard of it, actually.
$15 includes a buffet dinner. We're going to call our space brothers and sisters.
Well, thank you.
Bye now.
Breakfast. Compliments of Irish Dave and the others.
They're gone?
Left in kind of a hurry. Dave wanted you to have these back. And to know that he was sorry, and that if he ever saw you again, but he hopes that he doesn't, that you would please forgive him. Whenever you're in the mood, I wouldn't mind knowing what happened here last night.
I was a pilot in the war. Did I mention that?
You flew B-17s, right?
That's right, 23 missions.
Guess you earned those medals the hard way.
My crew. 9 men, all of them are dead.
What happened?
Well, something like what happened last night. We were taken. That's the best way I know how to describe it.
Taken by who?
Whatever they did to us, it killed my men. I know that for a fact. What I don't know, what I can't understand, is why am I alive?
What's that?
These are aeronautical maps of the United States. We see, I keep a record. Every place they pick me up, the exact location, the exact time. I'm just trying to find a pattern to it, you know? If I could know when they were coming, I could...
You could what? Run? get away? But from what I saw last night, it seems like you're a bit outclassed. Maybe they don't know either. They don't know why you're the only one that lived. Maybe that's why they keep taking you. And to find out what sort of thing you've got. Maybe something in the blood or something that makes you special.
Hey, Jesse.
Jesse, your mother needs your help in the living room. Go ahead. You're not welcome here, Russell.
Yeah, I know. I had something I needed to tell Jesse.
Yeah, well, you lost the chance to do that when you ran out on him and his mother. Look, you can go down and stay in the lockup tonight. I'll call him down in the cell
I didn't
block.
come here for that.
Well, you can't stay here. I don't want Kate seeing you.
Bill, Jesse's in danger. I need to talk to him.
It's not gonna happen, Russell.
We need more sticks for hair.
Hello, Jesse.
Christmas is all about hope. Kids hope for new toys. You get older and the toys get bigger, but the hope stays the same. Some people might hope for peace on earth, or maybe for a better tomorrow, whatever their idea of that might be. But most people still just want something bright and shiny and new.
Sir Local, get us as far as maybe the Kentucky line. You ever done this before? No, sir. You willing to try? Bet. On three. 1, 2, 3.
What are you looking at? You look just like your mother.
Yeah, but who says I look more like you?
I don't see it. Oh, I got something. I've been wanting to give you these. There you go. Merry Christmas.
These your war medals?
You can put them on later if you want. I got this one the first time it was shot down. It was over Belgium. And this one, I swear one time we took a lot of flack, and I got some in my leg. And this one, that's a Silver Star. Got that on my last mission. Well, you were shot down and captured and saved your entire crew. Mom said it was the war that made you go away. But you know it wasn't, don't you? So, this is what you've been doing the whole time? This where you live? Yeah, I live where I can. Listen to me, Jesse. What was happening to me? I didn't want to bring it home to you and your mother. Who are they? I don't know. Can you keep them from coming back for me again? I don't know that either. But I'm sure as hell gonna try.
Jacob. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
You look great.
Watch out now. Hey there, little brother. Where's Mom?
She's in the shed.
In the shed? What you doing in there?
She's working on something.
Working on something. It's Christmas Day. Didn't bring all these presents for nothing.
I think she thought you were coming later. She hasn't put the turkey in the oven yet.
I should go see if I can help.
Hello, hello. Merry Christmas. I thought I heard your car.
Merry Christmas.
Mama?
Hey there. Oh, Merry Christmas. What are y'all doing here so soon? I thought you weren't coming till this evening.
Well, it's 5 o'clock.
Goodness gracious, where did the time go?
What are you doing in there, making moonshine?
Oh, get on inside. Merry Christmas. I'm so happy to see y'all.
This one's kind of messy.
Amy's usual underwear.
Just making noise. It sounds like it goes. This one looks like a cookie jar. Mom, is Dad home yet?
Not yet, sweetheart.
We open just one present.
Let's just wait a little while longer, okay? I know your dad really wants to be here when you open his gifts.
How much longer, Mom?
Just a little while. Tom's really pulling money in hand over fist on that real estate, Mama.
I know he is. I'm so proud of him. And of you. First one in our family to go to college.
Tom and I were talking about, with all his extra money, maybe he could get Jacob into a school someplace.
Jacob is fine here with me.
The school that Tom found is in Montana. It's for children who are special, different.
Of course he's different.
When is the last time that you saw him laugh or cry? When is the last time he hugged you? When is the last time he smiled? This school might be able to help him, Mom.
There's nothing wrong with Jacob. He's fine here with me. Sorry about the turkey, y'all. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Esther.
Ladies. It's a wonderful service you were providing for your country. We appreciate this.
It's been 20 minutes. We have to get them out of there.
Give it another 5 minutes.
Sir, that will kill them.
They were dead the second they set foot on this base.
The boys were asleep. We waited as long as we could.
I'm sorry. Something came up.
You gave them both the Lionel train set. Sam got the Space Patrol board game and the Leave It to Beaver lunchbox. Eric got the Leave It to Beaver board game and the Space Patrol lunchbox. They both got hula hoops.
What did I give you?
A hell of a lot more than I bargained for. Tom.
Becky, Mom really believes this crap. That's why she's always taking Jacob to all those conventions. All we have to do is show her that it's a trick. Make her see how easy it is to fake.
You were with me. We saw those lights in the sky.
The Lubbock lights, yeah. Quarrington wrote a chapter about it in his book, and Popular Science had an article about it. You know what it was? It was a reflection of street lamps off of a flock of plover birds. We were little kids, Becky. We saw what we wanted to see. Just because some creepy guy ends up in our barn doesn't mean he's from Mars.
Venus. Quarrington says they're from Venus.
If you turn on the porch light, it'll make it look more like it's in the sky.
Jake, what are you doing up?
I don't want to go away to school. There was a lady watching me in class. She wasn't from here. I could sense her interest.
Jacob, you have to try to understand. You have sort of a gift, an insight.
I get that from my father.
You need to be in a place where people understand you.
If I go away, who's going to take care of Mom?
I call this a contactor. What do you think?
Yeah, what is it?
Sort of like a radio. I'm hoping to transmit a message up into space. Sounds kind of crazy, doesn't it?
Why do you want to send a message into space?
Because I miss Jacob's father and I want him to know that we're all right. And I want him to come and get us. I want him to know that we're ready to go.
Go where, Mom?
Home.
Jesse? 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 Jesse!
Don't move, Russell.
What the hell is Jesse? What have you done? I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
I told President Eisenhower that we had the saucer up and running. I promised him a full demonstration by the second week in January. That gives us 2 weeks. Now, would you like to tell me what the hell went wrong? It's that kind of attitude that lost you people the war.
The theory was sound. The Ehrenberg twins simply were not psychic enough.
Not psychic enough. They were the highest rated sensitives on the Rhine scale. The professor at Duke said they were the best he had ever seen. All right, so what are we gonna do?
I go back to working on planes powered by an energy I understand.
I'm afraid you can't do that. I've had you moved to the military. You work for me now.
You told your president the test was a success. In order to keep it here with you, you would have to admit you had failed. We lost the war because the Russians betrayed our trust. There was never a question of our attitude.
The hell are you two looking at?
Jesse! 100 yards this way. Come on, boys. Fight. Jesse! I want to hear us, son! Keep moving out. On the left flank. Jesse!
What did you do?
Came back to try to save him.
Save him? What are you talking about?
They're done with me. Okay, I don't know how I know it, but
I don't want to hear this. I just want to know what you did with my son.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. I didn't do anything with him. They did. They took him. Kate Jesse is special. They're seeing if he's ready.
Ready for what?
Mom, this New Year's Eve party you're going to, we think you should leave Jacob here with us.
What, y'all don't think he should be exposed to all the crazy people?
No, he just gets tired so easily. It's New Year's Eve, staying up that late.
No, we don't think he should be exposed to all those crazy people.
I'll be back tomorrow night. Y'all aren't gonna sneak him off to one of those schools or anything, are you?
No, we need your signature anyway. We're just gonna sit around here and do some card tricks.
I don't know. Maybe he is better off with all the loonies going to Venus.
I'll tell him you stayed here.
I bet he already knows. Oh, I love you. Every day and twice on Sundays. I'll see you later.
This is the last of the raw data. Still lots to go.
I want to look at everything.
There are about 200 sightings in central Illinois Christmas Day.
Anything?
The Cold War, these people are frightened and delusional.
You're not helping me.
Man who says he's been visited by representatives of the planet Arnodon. 600 hovering yellow discs over Duluth. Woman who says the broadcasts on her television are from outer space.
Got the surveillance photos in from the Quarrington lecture in Amarillo.
Well, he's beautiful, isn't he? I mean, he will say anything we tell him to say. Trips to Venus, Space Brothers.
I came up with that one. Space Brothers.
Well, it's very inspired.
That's good, isn't it?
Hey, when you two are done patting yourselves on the back, let's get back to work, all right?
Yes, sir.
These people call themselves contactees. They believe they've had contact with aliens. So a bunch of them have built these machines to talk to their space brothers. They're all getting together on New Year's Eve. They're gonna turn on the machines.
Hey, maybe we could borrow one of the machines, call a spaceman and ask him to come fly his ship for Ike.
Maybe we don't need to call anybody. Go back one. No, one more. How old do you think that kid is?
Why do people want so desperately not to be alone? Why is it more comforting to think that you are being watched than to know that no one at all is watching? And why, really, does that make us any less alone? In the end, if there are others out there, then wouldn't we be, all of us, still alone together?
J-A-C-O-B. Jacob. That your card? No? What was your card?
Jack of diamonds.
Jack. Jack for Jake, right? Well, they're old cards, you know, the wax. There's a new deck in the top drawer right there once you go get it. Try it with that deck. Maybe then I can get it to work. Oh, come on. That's a good trick. Hey, Jake, come here. I'll talk to you about something. How long has Mom been talking about, you know, going to outer space and stuff?
I don't know, it's just something she says sometimes.
How long has she been building that machine?
She's not crazy. She's just sad.
Well, you think this is the best place for you to be? You know, around somebody who's so sad?
Thank you all for coming, and a Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Are you all ready to greet our space brothers? Well, I see a lot of you have brought devices for that purpose, so if you'll just all turn them on now, then we can enjoy a nice leisurely buffet and hope that we have some guests join the party.
Sophisticated looking device. How does it work?
I made it from a plan out of Fate magazine. These antennas are supposed to broadcast my brain waves up into space.
How do they do that?
Well, you had a choice. You could either buy this thing that sort of looked like a salad bowl, or you could use this metal bucket over here. I'm kidding. There's a radio transmitter in there. I just turn on this microphone and hope for the best.
You don't remember me, do you?
Come to a lot of these things.
Your machine is to send a message to your friend you found in the shed, am I right?
You were...
With the Army, I came to see you once. I lost my job over your friend. I filed a report saying that I believe the man you found in your shed was an alien visitor who had returned to his planet. That opinion cost me my job and my pension. Not to mention my marriage.
I thought you were looking for him because you knew he was from outer space.
There are levels and there are levels. Once I told them what I knew, they had to make me go away. I'll tell you something, though. All the time I worked for them, I was never a believer. It was just right before I met you when I saw the lights in the sky. You want to get a little dinner? Like your pendant.
Thank you. Actually used to be a pair of earrings. Belonged to my grandmother.
What happened to the other one?
I gave it away.
Well, no, it truly is a lone star, isn't it? Think it'll work?
I don't know. I think whatever their plan is, it's not going to be changed because of a couple of messages from us.
Well, why do you do it then?
Passes the time. Because I miss him. And there's something that I want him to know about. That's Tom, Becky. These are my kids from my late but not at all lamented husband. That's Jacob.
Folks, can I have your attention, please? In a few moments, it's going to be 1959. So I'd like to say Happy New Year again, and thank you all for coming out. I'm only sorry we weren't more successful, but you know what? We're going to try this again next month. So in the meantime, just keep watching the skies.
Maybe you should have sprung for the salad bowl, huh? He knows Sally. Wherever he is, he knows. Nice running into you again after all these years.
Was. Maybe we'll see each other again at one of these things. Although I have to admit, I'm getting a little tired of Dr. Quarantine and all of his trips to Venus.
With Renuthia? You heading home in the morning? Well, I hope we do. See each other again.
I do too.
Good night.
Good night. Owen, You said that filing that report cost you your marriage? I was just thinking that your wife must have been a very foolish woman to let you go. Night.
Good night.
Are you gonna do that every day?
It's good to keep linen fresh.
Kate, we had to call off the manhunt today. Come on, it's been 7 days now. Kate? We have to face the facts now. Okay, come on.
It's just a little boy, Bill. He's just a little boy. No.
There you go, like that.
Hey, y'all. Kids, this is Owen Crawford. Got the only evidence of any UFOs at my convention was the mysterious breakdown of my truck. Mr. Crawford here was kind enough to give me a ride home. Jacob? Jacob? Tommy, go after him.
Jacob? Jake? Jacob? Jacob! Jacob!
When you're little, you like to think you know everything. But the last thing you really want is to know too much. What you really want is for grown-ups to make the world a safe place, where dreams can come true, and promises are never broken. And when you're little, it doesn't seem like a lot to ask.
He's come here for me. He wants to see if I'm special.
Well, then, whatever you do, don't act special.
Your mother tells me you're in real estate, Tom. I hear you cleaned up in that East Texas boom last year.
I did all right.
Guess you'll be heading back to run your empire soon, huh?
Yeah, we're leaving tonight.
Sorry I won't get more of a chance to talk.
What do you do now, Owen? Now that you're not a soldier.
Oh, never a soldier. I was more of a spy.
Gosh, I've never met a real spy before.
Really? How would you know? I was never very glamorous, really. I mostly filed reports.
Mom says you got fired for the one that you filed on our visitor.
Well, the Army and I had a disagreement, let's just put it that way. So what do I do now, Tom? Well, they didn't exactly give me a letter of recommendation. I knocked around the Southwest for a while, odd jobs and such. And Uncle died, and I came in with a little money. I was thinking about buying into something. A gas station or restaurant.
Mr. Tyler's talking about selling the diner, isn't he, Mom?
I already knew about Mr. Tyler. That's why he said it.
Jacob? Sorry.
What are you telling him to buy the diner for?
I don't know. It just came out. He seems nice enough.
He got booted out of the Army for saying that diner shed was from outer space. Mom met him at a flying saucer party.
She needs someone in her life, Tom. I'm going back to UT. You're going back to work. If Jacob goes away, she'll be all alone.
Yeah, just her and the little green men.
Y'all be careful on this road, okay? You gonna call me?
I will, Mommy.
Mom, will you think about what we talked about?
I already thought about it, honey.
Come on, sis. We got miles and miles of Texas. You take care, Jake.
You kids drive safe now. Don't leave on my account, son.
I'm sorry, I don't know what's gotten into him.
He's jealous. We'll work it out. What are you watching?
It's a Western. Good guys in white, bad guys in black.
No spacemen in green? May I?
Please.
I was gonna go into town and find a motel room. I was hoping I could meet you at the diner in the morning. Talk to this Mr. Tyler, was it, about his place?
Sure, that'd be fine.
Sally, you don't think I'm crowding you here? Just, sounds like a fine opportunity.
Well, I think it is. As long as you do one thing. You gotta change Tyler's chicken recipe. Tyler makes the worst fried chicken in all of West Texas. Oh, and you don't have to get a room in town tonight if you don't want to. I'll go change the bedding in Tom's old bedroom. You can sleep there tonight.
I'm never gonna fly your saucer. Not ever.
You two finally making friends?
Yes. We were getting acquainted. In fact, Jacob just told me everything I need to know.
Marty and Crawford. Sam fell off the roof and broke his neck. They don't know if he's gonna live. And if he does, who knows if he's ever gonna walk again. I'm in Las Vegas at the hospital there. Marty, I know Owen's not in Washington. This is the kind of thing that he needs to hear from me in person. He'll thank you for it, Marty. I promise you that. Lubbock, Texas? I can find it.
I found that 2 days after he left here. Nothing's grown since. My heart's sort of like that patch. You need to know that if you're gonna stay.
I come from a long line of farmers. We can grow corn in the field where grass won't grow. I'm not going anywhere, Sally. I'm not. You're the sun and the moon to me.
Y'all don't let me fall. Did you have a chance to tell him about your idea yet?
Thought he'd rather hear it from you.
Sweetie, Mr. Crawford thought today might be a fine day to take you fishing. Would you like that?
It's nothing like a day in a lake for getting acquainted. I'm sure your mom will be fine here without us.
Well, I saw the thing coming out of the sky. It had a one long horn, one big eye.
It'll go easier for your mom if you help me out. You know that.
What are you gonna do afterward? Dissect me?
Depends on how much you can tell us without us having to cut you open.
We're just the beginning of this, you and me. It doesn't end with us. And there's something else you should know in case you think you've won anything. I'm not the only one that matters.
People, you sure look strange to me. I said, Mr. Purple People, you don't...
Just a second. I'm coming, just a second. I got something on the stove. I can't believe I was that stupid.
Oh, well, you don't have to worry about that. We're gonna get him back.
Told me Jesse was home.
I left $50 for you with the front desk officer. Don't come back here.
Is Jesse all right?
No thanks to you.
Did he say what happened?
Yeah, he said you fell asleep and he wandered off into the woods.
But he is all right.
You know, Kate wanted me to let you go. I'm up for keeping you for the kidnapping charges. I don't know what happened to Jesse, but he's been lost in the woods for 10 days. No, he's not all right.
No, wait, Bill, please. Just...
Russell, I meant what I said. You don't come back here.
Yeah, we should be there by tonight. He's very well behaved. I told him I'd kill his mom. What are you talking about, Marty? And you told her where I was? Do me a favor, Marty. Go over to my house, see if my kids are both there with the housekeeper. If they're both fine, which I am sure they are, then start shopping for a very warm jacket. Now, do I sound like I'm joking? You're gonna need your strength.
Mr. Crawford, look at me.
The Army. They have no personnel records of an Owen Crawford after 1947.
This just keeps getting better and better, doesn't it?
What do you think they want with Jacob? Well, you don't think the government believes in people from other planets?
No, I think that they want us to believe in people from other planets. That way, anytime that they test out some new missile, they can blame it on a flying saucer.
Then what do they want with Jacob?
I don't know. I don't know, Becky. Whatever it is, I'm not going to let them get their hands on it.
I'm so sorry. I know I should have let you go.
It's all right, Mom.
Oh, no, it's not. Oh, I was a lonely, foolish woman. Should you have brought him back here?
It's all right, Mom. Mr. Crawford won't be coming back.
Let's get inside, Mama.
Come on, let's get you inside. You look terrible. I'm so sick about you. He's asleep. I want him to go to that school. He has to disappear if they come... If they come looking for him, there can't be a trace.
Tom, and I have an idea about that.
from me, okay? Or may I ever see you again? You think about me once in a while?
Every day, twice on Sunday. I love you, Mom.
What are you gonna do about Eisenhower, sir? We got a report from the sheriff in Lubbock.
What?
The sheriff in Texas? There was a fire. Mother was working on some sort of invention in her shed. The kid died, sir.
Good.
What happened, Colonel? You called in from the road, right? Said you were bringing the kid in. So, how did he get all the way back to Lubbock to be in that fire?
Did Marty tell you he was leaving for Iceland? I might reconsider. Give the two of you another chance. That boy in Texas, don't ever mention him to me again. Glad to see you're feeling all right, son.
What are you talking about, Dad?
While I was away, I had this, I don't know, call it a premonition or something, and you had been hurt. Glad I was wrong. Why don't you boys get ready for bed? I'll be there in a few minutes to talk.
But,
No, come on. Go ahead. You followed me to Texas.
You were having an affair with that woman.
In my work, sometimes what I do can be distasteful. I thought you understood that. You'd like to leave me.
Yes.
You know too much about what I do.
Come in.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm all right.
Jesse, I wanted to tell you something. I wanted to let you know. That is, if there's anything you want to talk about at all, anything that happened while you were gone, I'm not really that hard a guy to talk to.
I was just lost. That's all.
Yeah. Okay. You know, your father, he was a real hero once. A real hero. You should be proud of that.
Good night.
People believe what they want to believe. They find meaning where they can, and they cling to it. In the end, it really doesn't matter what's a trick and what's true. What matters is that people believe. Anything more serious than baseball. Everything you need to know is there. It has success and failure, moments where you come together and moments where you stand alone. And it has an ending. Not a clock like in other sports, but an ending. And that, my grandfather used to say to my mom, is as close as a kid should have to come to that sort of thing.
Can you even lift that bat?
1, 2, 3. Nothing, man. He's got nothing.
Two more like that and we can go home.
You all right, kid?
One more, come on.
Back. We're going for the double play on Keene. Marshall getting ready. The pitch to Keene.
Hello, Jacob.
You know my name?
Of course.
Everyone here calls me Jack.
You know who I am? You have certain capabilities. We both know what I'm talking about. You mustn't use them again. They're what's making you sick.
What happens if I do use them?
At best, you'll burn them out. Lose them for good. At worst, They'll take your mind with them when they go. And the strain of it could kill you.
I'm sorry.
It's all right. We'll find another way. Who's going to take the series?
The Yankees in 7.
That a guess or something else?
I guess.
I think you're right.
Marshall Bridges trying to get him out. Checks his sign with Elston Howard. Here's the 1-2 pitch. He swings her a long belt to right field. It's well hit. Yes, back at the fence. It's gone.
Jack? I'm Dr. Benson. I'm sorry I wasn't here to see you earlier, son, but when you're the only doctor for 500 square miles, everybody expects you to be in 3 places at once. Now, let's take a look at you and see what's keeping you off the diamond.
Look at them and give them names. So saints look for God, and scientists look for evidence. They're both just trying to take away the mystery, to take away the fear.
Let me ask you this. There were, if I remember from the report, 4 bodies on the craft.
The craft held 5, Mr. President. We brought back 4. This one was still alive when we brought him in. I don't know if you've seen the reports on that.
Yes, I have. Quite a time you gave you there. And the 5th?
We never recovered that body, sir.
I see. Well, it certainly doesn't look as if they mean to attack us.
What makes you say that, sir?
Well, from what you've told me, if that was their intention, we'd all be dead by now.
We have 1 month to prove to him that our visitors are a threat. After that, he's shutting us down and redirecting all the funds of the space program. The arrogant son of a bitch. I need proof that there's a clear and present danger. I need a smoking gun, gentlemen, and I need it now.
My best subject in school was algebra. People always say algebra's hard, but that is because they don't get how easy it is. I just loved all those X's. Anything you don't know, you just put down an X. Or you can go with Y's or A's and B's. In real life, you have 1 and plus 1, and if it doesn't equal 2, you're up a creek. But in algebra, it always works, no matter what the answer is. You just have to figure out what X is. That's a very beautiful thing. Oh, hey, honey, let me show you. Just let me do one. Let me show you.
Mom.
Fine, honey. Mommy is going to fix that.
Why don't you go and lie down?
Oh, X marks the spot.
How many drinks have you had?
Several.
How many pills?
Several.
Those pills are for your nerves. They're not to be taken willy-nilly.
Oh, willy-nilly, eh?
Lie down before you fall down. Finish your schoolwork for us. You're disgusting. You sober up, or I'll have you put someplace. And get in bed. Don't come out of your room until morning. Best remember, I got it. I got it. Thanks.
Sorry to bother you, sir. You said you wanted to see these as soon as possible.
Yes, of course. Come on in.
Two possibilities, sir. Both very credible. Gail Arlen has reported repeated encounters since 1960. Divorced, no children, lives alone.
My doctor told me it would reduce my tension.
Betty and Barney Hill. Encounters in 1961 on their way back from Niagara Falls. He's a postal clerk and she's a child welfare worker. They're both active in their community. They've begun some sort of therapy using hypnosis. They're very solid.
Very solid, sir. In both these cases, the people claimed that they were taken aboard a craft.
Taken?
Yes, sir.
It could be just what we need. Lonely divorcee. Makes up stories to get attention. Hypnosis, you say?
Medical hypnosis, like they use on amnesia victims.
No. No Negroes. A cloud's the issue. Sir. Just keep trying. Must be somebody out there.
Yes, sir.
What the Russians want is nothing less than world domination. Communism is a religion, a faith like any other, with a holy text and saints and martyrs. The Russians see themselves as crusaders in a holy war.
Is there any reason you're not under your desk, Jack?
I don't see the point.
The point is to be ready.
In the event of a nuclear attack on the Great Falls Air Force Base, which is the only military target within 500 miles, the initial blast would be jarring, but it wouldn't even break our windows.
You don't take the threat of nuclear attack seriously, then?
On the contrary, sir. I believe that within 3 days of an initial attack, 3/4 of the world would have been destroyed. I don't see the point of hiding from that kind of destruction under a desk.
Everybody back in their seats.
The Yankees lead 1-0, the bottom of the ninth.
Russell?
The Giants have runners
Yeah, I'm heading to lunch. You want to keep the ear open for the phone?
Yeah, I'm on it.
Willie's at one hit. That was a long triple. Here's the pitch. He swings and hits a ball. Foul is going at the feet. Willie McCovey making a bid. Slam one deep into right. The ball did not have a ballpark. Ferris going over near the line, but it curved back into the crowd. Oh, it's one strike to Willie. And boy, everything is riding on every pitch here in the bottom of the ninth.
Hey, Jess. Who's winning? 1-0 Yankees. Bottom of the ninth, 2 outs, and Mays just doubled. You like baseball?
Ralph Perry gets set. Here's the pitch to Willie. There's a liner straight to Richardson. The ball game is over and the World Series is over. Willie McCovey hit it like a bullet. A line drive right straight to Bobby Richardson at second base. Had that ball got out of his reach, the Giants would have been there.
Force of nature, those Yanks. How'd you know I was here?
I heard Mom talking to Dad. It's a bill. She said you got a job as close as you were legally allowed. And she wanted him to come over and tell you to go someplace else.
Oh, he did. You grew up.
I've been reading these books about how the government knows about flying saucers. I'm afraid if they tell us, there'll be panic.
They started taking you again.
It says in there where it's mostly the Air Force that knows about them. So what I was thinking. I mean, you were a pilot and all. Why don't we go tell them?
Yeah. Why don't we?
I'm sorry. We got some kind of exercise just started. It's got the whole base turned upside down. Captain, real pleasure to meet you. My mom said my dad always spoke very highly of you.
He was the best bombardier I ever saw. Don't think he ever missed. He's a good friend of mine. How's your mother doing?
She's doing fine.
Good. You speak to her, let her know I sent my best.
Sure will. You gonna join the service like your dad?
I might, sir.
It's a good life. Well, you said on the phone there was something I could help you with.
Flying saucers.
I'm sorry?
My father and I have both seen them. We've both been inside them.
You both seen them? Okay. Well, let me just get this all on record for you then.
How long after we left his office do you think he threw that report in the trash?
We weren't even out of the building.
He didn't believe us at all.
No.
There's got to be another way.
The people who aren't involved are all going to be like Lieutenant Wiley. Smile politely and think we're crazy.
So how do we get to the people who are involved?
I just don't know if they can do anything for us, Jesse. Hey, I will do whatever it takes to help you.
Hey, Gus, you might want to open a window. Smell of it. Can't eat.
What do you want?
2 bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwiches. And a cup of coffee.
Okay. I'll give you a cup of coffee. There you go.
See you in hell, niggers!
Thanks. Sure. Something's wrong with your old man.
Hey, get a napkin first now. Something so it won't bite his tongue off. Here, help me roll him on the side so he doesn't choke if he vomits. Call an ambulance. Tell him this man is having a grand mal seizure. I'm a med student at U of U. I know what I'm talking about. Do it now. It's all right, sir. You're going to be all right. An ambulance is on the way.
Dad? You're in the infirmary at the Air Force Base. You had a seizure at the diner and they brought you here. Guess there are some benefits to being a vet.
I had this headache. And there were gunshots.
Yeah,
Are you all right?
and they weren't shooting at me.
Those 2 colored guys that came in, did they get hurt?
Nobody got hurt. You think the seizures had anything to do with our friends?
Could be. Could also be the end result of those fists of vodka I hit myself in the head with every night for 8 years.
Captain Keyes, how are you feeling?
Why don't you tell me, Doc?
This kind of thing ever happened to you before?
Yeah, once. I was home, and next thing I knew, it was 2 hours later, and I sort of rearranged the furniture. Headaches are pretty constant, though.
I'd like to take you down to X-ray, see if we can find anything.
Need to lie very still. Try not to move.
We all like to think that we have some control over the events in our lives. And a lot of the time we can fool ourselves into thinking that we really are in charge. But then something happens to remind us that the world runs by its own rules and not ours, and that we're just along for the ride.
May I speak frankly in front of your son? You have a tumor. It's in the frontal lobe of your brain. It's very, very small, but it appears to be putting pressure on your brain in unusual ways.
Can you take it out? So what happens?
I've never seen anything quite like this on an X-ray before. You might live a long and happy life, marred only by occasional headaches, perhaps more seizures like the one that brought you in here. Or it might kill you tomorrow. I'm sorry.
Doctor, can you give me the same test you just gave my dad? See if I have a tumor in my head, too.
Exactly the same size, in exactly the same place. What are the odds?
The nature of the encounter seems to have changed. We have stories of missing time. People are losing several hours of their lives. In a few cases, hypnotherapy has filled in those missing hours, giving us a story of a meeting with the little men that is reminiscent of some of my country's experiments during the war. But these are more than mere meetings. These are, for lack of a better word, abductions?
That's new. In the past, exposure for more than 10 minutes was fatal.
So we know they learned from their mistakes. Their technology evolves. Something has changed in their agenda. Or if not their overall view, certainly their methodology. They are upping the ante, I believe you say.
Why now?
Why not?
Can we prove this?
Well, we are working.
No, I need the most credible of these people. I need evidence. Like a drop in Kennedy's lap before he pulls our plug. Who do you have for me?
Well, I went in to get some ice cream, and I saw the light out the kitchen window. Bam! Refrigerator falls over. Plates start flying off the shelves. It's like sitting on the back of a wet dog. He's just shaking himself dry.
It was the same in the living room. Everything's falling, the house is shaking.
I managed to crawl back in through the kitchen, and that's pretty much it. Next thing Susan and I know, we're back on the couch, and it's 2 in the morning.
That's 3.5 hours we lost.
I'd like to try to get those 3.5 hours back for you. This is wonderful coffee.
Oh, thank you.
They're not coming back for these people. Call it a gut instinct, whatever you like. They're one-timers, like when a fisherman throws back the little ones. What you have to find me are the keepers, and you have to find them yesterday. I know I've threatened you both in the past with reassignment and with worse. And I'm sure I don't need to tell you how hard it'll be for all of us to go back to a conventional military life if the president chooses to shut us down. But at least for me, there's the comfort that I will have a rank, a position, and a place to go. When I took over this operation from my wife's father, I made certain provisions for all the men who were assigned to me. Your names, ranks, and serial numbers no longer exist in any personnel file or other military record. You are, in effect, non-people. Without this organization, I'm afraid you'll find yourself hard-pressed to have a life.
I've said this before, Marty, but that is one nasty bastard.
What are we going to do?
You remember Jacob Clark?
The only person I've ever heard of that scared the colonel. Too bad he's dead.
What if he isn't? His brother left for Montana the day after the fire in his mother's shed. He had no business dealings there, no known friends, nothing.
Maybe he likes to ski.
Maybe. But let's just say Jacob Clark is still alive. Wouldn't you like to know what it is about him that scares the colonel so badly?
Well, Becky, he turns out to be a colonel in intelligence. Owen Crawford. He's the head of a classified operation that has something to do with unidentified flying objects.
Flying saucers?
Uh-huh. Remember those guys?
This is what you've been doing? All those weekend trips, you've been spying on these guys?
Last 3.5 years.
You could get locked up for this, Tom. They do that.
Only if they could catch me. Listen, Becky. Whatever else may have happened to Mom, this guy broke her heart. My life is not going to be complete until I ruin his. It's as simple as that for me.
In this year alone, we have put 2 men, John Glant and Scott Carpenter, into orbit. And the Telstar satellite has successfully telecast from outer space. Your world is different than the world of your parents and teachers in ways that none of us can yet fully imagine. Dr. Greenspan.
Sorry to bother you. Please go on with your class.
Thank you.
Jacob?
Yes?
Do you mind staying under there a while longer? I'm not sure I convinced our friends that you were already gone.
Dr. Greenspan?
Yes, dear?
Those men are following us.
What do you want me to do?
Go a little bit farther. Don't worry, I won't let them hurt you.
US 12 west. She hits 87 and goes north. Heading for Canada.
I hate driving in the dark like this. It makes me nervous.
She goes south. She could be heading for Billings.
What if we hit a deer or go off the road? It's really dark. I have astigmatism, you know. My night vision is not to be trusted.
Do you want me to drive, Marty?
How's your night vision?
Pull up alongside the car so I can shoot her. The kid won't get hurt.
Here they come. Okay, on 3. Stop the car and lay down flat on your seat. It'll be all right. 1, 2, 3.
This government, as promised, has maintained the closest surveillance of the Soviet military buildup on the island of Cuba. Within the past week, unmistakable evidence has established the fact that a series of offensive missile sites is now in preparation on that imprisoned island.
The purpose of these bases can be none other than to provide a nuclear strike capability against the Western Hemisphere. Upon receiving the first preliminary hard information of this nature,
I want you to put me in touch with whoever runs the UFO program.
at 9 a.m., I directed that our surveillance...
We're in the middle of a crisis here, in case you hadn't heard.
Having now confirmed and completed our evaluation of the evidence, and our decision on a...
There is no UFO program that's run by the United States Air Force or any other branch of the government.
I don't believe that.
You're gonna have to go now. I'll call someone to have you escorted off the base.
Several of them include medium-range ballistic missiles, capable of carrying a nuclear warhead
My father's in your hospital.
more than 1,000 nautical miles.
He has something in his brain. The doctor says it's a tumor they can't operate on.
Very sorry to hear that.
I have an identical tumor in my own head. I believe these tumors are put there. Put there by whoever comes those unidentified flying objects, United States Air Force, or any other branch the government knows nothing about. Our fathers fought together.
Capable of traveling more than twice as far.
That has to count for something.
Most of the major cities in the Western Hemisphere.
I don't expect you to believe me,
Sacrifice,
but I expect you to help me.
self-discipline lie ahead. One in which both our patience and our will be tested. One in which many threats and denunciations will keep us aware of our dangers. But the greatest danger of all would be to do nothing. The path we have chosen for the present is full of hazards, as all paths are. But it is the one most consistent with our character and courage as a nation and our commitments around the world. The cost of freedom is always high, but Americans have always paid it. And one path we shall never choose, and that is the path of surrender or submission.
You tell anybody I gave you this name, I'll deny it.
But the vindication of right, not peace at the expense of freedom.
This guy's a colonel at Groom Lake,
And freedom.
near Las Vegas.
Here in this hemisphere.
Thanks.
And we hope around the world. God willing, that goal will be achieved. Thank you and good night.
Help me get all these things inside.
What's all this?
Market was almost out of supplies. Never seen the shelves so cleared out. They were so crowded, I got everything I could.
Expecting a world war?
Heard the president's speech? Don't give me that smirk, Colonel. Just because you're in charge of the Little Green Men project doesn't mean you know all the secrets. Did you know that, boys? Your daddy's big, important secret job is to figure out if we're being attacked by
You're
Martians.
drunk, Ann. You shouldn't take the car out when you're drunk.
He stole that job from my father. I don't know how you did that. You took my daddy's job.
Get these groceries in the house, now. You should really be more careful about what you say in front of the children, Ann.
I am a man of constant sorrow.
The guy had to get a haircut.
I think you look serious.
Seriously stupid. And this song is no beat.
I don't think it's supposed to have a beat.
Boys, you must be done with all your homework.
You just wanted to listen to some music first.
You always could do your work at the last minute. But you're setting a bad example for your big brother. And don't look so bent out of shape. You're not the straight A student. You're not the one who can afford to spend an evening by the record player.
I finished my homework at the library, sir.
I guess that's easier than having your mother spill her drink all over it. You guys worried about this missile crisis?
I figure if there was going to be a war, you'd know about it.
You guys worried about your mother? People dig their own graves, boys. That's something you do well to remember. These are her problems she's dealing with, not yours. You're my sons, and I'm gonna take care of you both. You don't need to worry about that.
Is it true? Are you really in charge of some UFO project?
No. Absolutely not. You guys have the number of my private phone at the office? Need to go in for a while this afternoon and see what I can find out about this crisis. If anything around here gets out of hand, I want one of you to call me, all right? It's kind of catchy.
Colonel Crawford. My name is Jesse Keyes. My father's name is Russell Keyes. He was a pilot over in Germany in the Second World War. He and I have both had encounters with unidentified flying objects. We've both been inside them. They've come for us. They've taken us. And they're going to come for us again.
Get in the car.
Yes, sir.
You know, in cartoons, the way someone can run off a cliff and they're fine, they don't fall until they look down. My mom always said that was the secret of life. Never look down. But it's more than that. It's not just about not looking. It's about not ever realizing that you're in the middle of the air and you don't know how to fly.
Whatever they did to me, killed all the members of my crew. I don't know why it didn't kill me. I tried to run from it, but then they started taking Jesse. They seem more interested in him now than in me.
You're talking about the tumors.
They are not tumors. They are something that they put in our heads.
Possibly. And it's a shame we can't take a closer look. The doctors tell me they're lodged in an operable spot.
Someone put them in, someone ought to be able to take them out.
Well, we can take them out, son. It would kill you. You have a very brave son. Be willing to go head-on at danger, to fly blind. You should be proud of him.
It's not like they left us much of a choice.
Still, you're a very brave young man. A little foolish, very brave. You go right at a thing. The initiative, for example, with which you found me. We are, for reasons I'm sure you both can imagine, a highly sensitive and secret group. People are as worked up as they are right now over a couple of Russian missiles in Cuba. Imagine how they'd react to a sky full of flying saucers. And so we have officers out in the field. Their cover is as regular military officers, but their real job is to screen the stories that come to us. Separate the wheat from the chaff.
You mean Lieutenant Wiley works for you?
Wiley? Yes, he's one of ours. Your son did the right thing by coming to us. We can help you. What do you make of this?
You are familiar with the work Dr. Watson and Crick are doing now, for which they won the Nobel Prize?
Yeah, genetics, yeah.
Yeah, that's what this is about. Traits that run in families. Our friends are looking for something. In the Keyes family, they have found at least some part of whatever it is they're looking for.
And the tumors?
Perhaps it is some unfortunate byproduct of being taken into an alien environment. Or perhaps it is something that's put there for a purpose. It could be, for example, something as simple as a tracking device that allows them to know where the test subjects that are most important to them are.
We should find out more.
Definitely.
Where are Erickson and Bowen? Any word?
I haven't been able to ascertain that, sir.
You don't have much of a future, son. Anyone ever tell you that? Captain, what's happening here?
Just been put on DEFCON 2, sir. We're preparing for attack.
I knew that Ivy League idiot Kennedy was going to cause trouble. I would have bet you dollars the donuts.
You feel good now? Are you rested? Well fed?
Never better.
You want to tell me why you were sitting in the middle of nowhere staring off into space?
We were looking for the Northern Lights.
You can't see the Northern Lights this time of year.
We were misinformed.
What the hell's going on here?
You know about Cuba?
Is that why you guys are up here?
I didn't say that. You ever play football?
Sure.
You send your man deep, defense moves to cover him, hole opens up, you just walk right on through.
You think the Russians are coming through the back door here? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, I'm not saying a thing. Just asking if you ever played football.
None of this explains what the two of you were doing, staring out your windshield at nothing.
Nope. It doesn't, does it? You all right?
What did that kid do to us?
I think we got a little taste of why Colonel Crawford was so afraid of him.
Jacob's in the back seat. We were followed. Jacob stopped them.
Jacob did? Is he all right?
Oh, well, he's in a lot better shape than they are.
Jake? Hi.
He's a very special boy. Take care of him.
Hey, Jake.
You've seen them, haven't you?
Mr. Keyes, should you be up and around?
I saw it in your eyes. You've seen them.
Can I fix you a drink?
I'm here to make sure you don't hurt my son.
Hurt your son?
You want the things they put in our heads. You can have mine. Take it out, do whatever you have to do. But it ends there, and I want your word. You'll never do anything to my son.
Yes. I've seen them. I would think you'd be more concerned with what they might do to Jesse than with anything that could happen because of us.
I don't know how to stop them.
Yeah, but you think I need stopping. And you think you can do that, Mr. Keyes. We would never do anything to harm a private citizen. We would never do anything to a citizen against his will. I personally would never do anything to harm a child. How old is Jesse?
16.
Okay, a young man.
Do we have a deal?
In the war, you enlisted in the Air Corps, am I right? Thank you for volunteering to help your country again.
Mom? Yeah, I'm all right. Mom, I'm with Dad. He didn't take me, Mom. I went to see him. It was my idea. I don't know when I'll be back. Mom, I love you. I'll be all right. Gotta go.
You got too much trust for people, kid. That's your problem.
That's the boy. I saw the lieutenant here give him specific figures, numbers, types of planes, payloads. At the time, I didn't realize what they were doing, but when the DEFCON order came through.
You tricked me. You're supposed to help us. You tricked me.
Kind of young to be a spy.
A spy? What the hell are you talking about? You were supposed to help me and my father. What about the flying saucers? What about the UFOs?
Must be hopped up on something. Give him the nerve to do what he tried to do. I just pray to God he didn't manage to deliver his information.
I'll notify the Pentagon. Let them know we may have a breach.
Where's my father? I want to see my father!
You look at three things on the commodities page. Like the price of poultry, cottonseed oil, and tin. This is what I did, and all three of them are stable.
And this is how you tell there isn't going to be a war?
Now, what do they serve you in the Army? Chicken. Where's that chicken come out of? A tin can. Where's that chicken sitting in? Cottonseed oil.
Yeah. Oh, so in a war situation, you have more soldiers.
Eating more canned chicken. My point exactly.
And it doesn't wash.
Of course it washes. What the hell, it doesn't wash?
No, this is the nuclear age. They drop a bomb. Nobody's eating anything. End of story. What do you think? Is this a nuclear age or what?
Where's Colonel Crawford? Why isn't he here?
I don't know, Colonel Crawford. Think this thing will go all night? Because we're still here in daylight. There's a sweet little Studebaker over there I wouldn't mind taking a look at.
Good evening, Mr. Keyes. I want to thank you for letting us take a closer look at that tumor of yours.
Where's Crawford?
Colonel Crawford has an entire operation to oversee. He's left this particular phase of it in my capable hands.
Well, I don't do anything until I talk to Crawford. I need to know that my son is safe.
I might be mistaken, but it does not appear to me that you are in a position here to make demands.
Crap, baby.
Scalpel.
Doctor, he's seizing.
What's going on with Jan Steve?
Cottonseed oil.
You're prepping me motor.
Cottonseed oil.
The tractor now.
Cottonseed oil.
Hey, what's going on here?
Cottonseed oil. This is cottonseed oil. I want a puppy for Christmas. Cottonseed
Qual, alle Erinnerungen, alle Ängste.
Tom? Becky? And you must be Jacob.
Jake's a little tired.
Come in. Come in. We've been waiting for you ever since Dr. Greenspan got in touch with us.
They seem like really nice people.
We wish he could just come home with us, Jake.
Do you still do card tricks?
No. Kind of gave that up after we made you disappear. You gonna be all right?
I just need some rest. I'll be fine.
No, listen. Try not to do anything. We don't want any stories getting out about you.
You don't have to worry about that. I can't do that stuff anymore.
What do you mean?
Well, I guess it's kind of like a battery that runs out of charge. I knew I didn't have much left, but those men were going to hurt Dr. Greenspan. I couldn't let that happen.
You take care, Jake.
You too.
We can start with where the hell were you and work our way up from there.
You told us to bring you a smoking gun. We were following a lead. A school teacher in Montana claimed she'd been taken.
And?
Dead end. Just another lonely lady looking for a little attention.
I hope you were able to give her some.
Well, there were a few stories up there. Actually, I wouldn't mind getting back up there to take another look around.
I'm sure you wouldn't. Oh, we had an interesting time of it while you were gone. There's a classified report you both should take a look at. Alle Erinnerungen kommen auf einmal. Alle Erinnerungen, alle Ängste. All your memories play at once. All your memories and all your fears. Howard, you stay for a moment? Need your help with something at home. It's a personal thing. Something going on with Marty?
How do you mean? He feels to me like someone about to try an end run. Keep an eye on him. I rely on you completely. You're my eyes and ears out there, Howard.
Yes, sir.
What happened? Russians shot down one of our U-2s. Bad time to be a spy, kid. Time of war, they shoot you.
What's this?
Bomb shelter.
Why?
Like they're gonna tell me.
Hey, did you hear about Henderson and Slide? They're escorting a patient from the hospital, some sort of secret surgery. Something went wrong. Big explosion, everyone's dead.
The patient from the hospital, do you know his name?
What's like talking to you?
Do you know the name of the man they were transporting? Who was he?
I don't know his name. Whoever he was, he's dead.
The world is made up of the big things that happen and the small ones. And the part that's so unfair is that we call them big and small. Because when something happens to you, when you lose something or someone that you really care about, that's all there is. The world may be blowing up around you, but you don't care about that. You don't care about that at all.
What are you looking for? Evidence. What do you mean?
Sam, you're your father's favorite, you know that? You always were. I hope it doesn't ruin your life. That's it. His favorite, your birthday. 7/28/51.
What is it?
Part of your inheritance. Mother and I need to talk. Come on out. Out, come on.
My father told me about this. It's from that spaceship.
What do you mean? What spaceship?
The one you and Daddy found up at Pine Lodge. He said you used this to take the project away from him. You know, it broke his heart when he lost the program. I think that's what killed him.
Your father had a drinking problem, Anne. He imagined things. What killed him was cirrhosis of the liver. You know that. I'm an intelligence officer, Anne. I have never had anything to do with any kind of spaceship.
You're lying. You're a liar.
What you're holding is a piece of an experimental plane the Air Force is working on. I thought I'd get it mounted for Sam. He seems to like that sort of thing. so sorry. I'm so single-minded in my work. I don't give you enough. You or the boys. Remember the first time I took you riding? You almost fell off. I want it to be like that again for us. It's the most important thing in the world to me, Aunt. Please forgive me. And please say you'll give me one more chance, okay? Aunt. And we need to do something about the pills and the liquor. You know that. Can't go on like this. There's a place in Oregon. It's very comfortable and very discreet. It's a 6-week program, and I made some calls. You can leave tonight. Okay? It's best for the boys. And we'll all be here waiting for you when you get back. Okay? I'm sorry. Howard, thanks for coming. You can understand I wanted to keep this, close. I truly appreciate you doing this for me and for my family.
Well, I'm happy to help out, Colonel.
And, slow and easy on the curves. My wife's in a delicate state, okay? Ann, Howard's here.
Ma'am? I'll take that, sir.
You tell the boys I love them?
Yes, I'll tell them. And I'll tell them you're going to be just fine. And when you come home, we'll go riding again, okay?
Okay.
See you soon, okay?
Okay.
In a climax to what many see as the biggest threat since the bombing of Pearl Harbor, the Soviets have agreed to remove their missiles in Cuba if the United States promises not to invade the island. This brings to an end
Well, I guess we came pretty close to blowing in the dark.
in recent memory. President Kennedy characterized Premier Khrushchev's backing down as, quote, an important and constructive contribution. Secretary of State
You don't live long in that kind of hurry.
I know.
No, where he's going so fast.
The crisis may not be over yet.
Trailer, here's some music.
Yeah, I think so.
Me too. No, not at all. That's what we've got. I think that's not too bad. What the hell is that? Colonel.
won't believe me, sweetheart, but I'm really sorry about this.
And there's two white horses following me. I got two white horses following me, waiting on my background. Did you ever hear that coughing sound? Did you?
I have some terrible news. Sometimes grown-ups, married grown-ups, get the idea that they don't want to be married anymore. And they start to see other people. Something like that has happened with your mother. Do you remember Captain Bowen who worked for me?
Howard, sure.
He and your mother have been seeing each other. Apparently last night they decided to go away together. They were in Howard's car going up over the Sierras, and police don't know exactly how it happened. It looks as if your mother changed her mind about leaving us. And Howard tried to stop her. And look, sometimes when grown-ups care about something, things can get a little confused. She's gone, boys. I'm so sorry. She's gone. She's gone. She was the sun and the moon to me. I'm so sorry.
I have this idea about why people do the terrible things they do. Same reason little kids push each other on the schoolyard. If you're the one doing the pushing, then you're not going to be the one who gets pushed. If you're the monster, then nothing will be waiting in the shadows to jump out at you. It's pretty simple, really. People do the terrible things they do because they're scared.
That's all we found in the wreckage. Bodies in this film.
Russell Keyes' body?
Missing the piece of skull the surgeon cut out, yes.
Any sign of the thing that they put in his head?
Well, the forensics people tell me there was a tiny hole in Russell Keyes' frontal lobe where this thing could have been lodged, but no. It must have been destroyed in the fire.
After first doing this to a room full of people. You're probably wondering why I wasn't in that room. Over the years, Marty, I've found that I have a good gut. A little twinge that tells me when I might do better to be cautious. One of the luxuries of being in charge, you get a twinge like that, you can have other people take your risks. Marty, I appreciate your loyalty in all this. I'm not going to forget you. And now that Howard's gone, you're going to be in a position of greater and greater responsibility. I hope you're up to the challenge.
Yes, sir.
What was he looking for in Montana? What did he think that he could find there that he could use against me?
He thought that Jacob Clark was still alive.
Was he? No. Are you going to show this film to the president? No. No. No, I don't think so. Now, if he saved the world, the son of a bitch is going to be even more insufferable.
You really think he'll shut us down?
Or make us pencil pushers. So what do? We just bide our time. Keep the other one on ice.
Jesse Keys.
Yeah, the doctors tell me the thing in his head is identical to the one in his father's. We just bide our time and keep him on ice. That pretty boy won't be president forever.
He's told these were your old man's.
We're all standing on the edge of a cliff all the time, every day. A cliff we're all going over. Our choice isn't about that. Our choice is about whether we want to go kicking and screaming, or whether we might want to open our eyes and our hearts to what happens once we start to fall. That we can feel sorrow and pain, maybe. That we can laugh, I hope so. We can hurt and we can laugh, and we know a past and a present. and in some ways, a future. Maybe what makes us human is that we know just enough to think we know where we're going.
Come on, Mary, let's go. Wow. This could be big. We get these reports 2-3 times a week. Mutilated cattle, dancing lights, the sort of thing we're about to take a look at.
But for you to come personally here, you must have some reason.
The reports look good. First one came in from a local pilot out of Gary, then a commercial airline en route to Chicago.
This could finally be your proof, Dad. What I mean is that this could finally show that the threat is real.
We already know that, don't we?
Don't try so hard, kid. Just do a good job. Your old man will come around.
Keep these people back! Keep them back!
Come back, folks.
The report's all good, boss. This is real. It's a landing strip, boss. Take my career on it. Yes, you can tell it to the president. And you can tell him that I believe it signals that our friends will soon be here in force. I really think you should look at this personally. Thank you, Bob. Thank you. The president's on his way.
That's great news.
Why don't you, go help out with crowd control or something?
Colonel Crawford, Toby Woodruff. This is Ted Olson. Where's the president? Mr. Olson here is with the NSA. I'm with Defense. The president felt you'd be better off dealing with the hands-on guys.
The hands-on guys. You've been briefed? Let's go for a little ride. We'll see how you feel. Look at that. This has happened before, here and in France, England and Germany. The scale of this, the intent. Look at the formation, it's like a runway.
Like a landing strip? If it's a landing strip, that means that they could be landing.
You think Nixon stands a chance at a second term?
In my opinion, we have to fix the next election. No one likes a little creep. Truman was president when I started this project. I survived 4 of them. Nixon will make 5. I've lasted this long because I know how to ruin the people who get in my way. Now what I want one of you puppies to do is to get on the phone and make the president know that he has to be here immediately. That this is a threat to our country of unparalleled proportions. You do that for me. As long as the Richard Nixon is just a faded memory, I'll be around to make your lives a living hell.
Looks like there's another one over here.
Dr. Powell, we've got something.
Very nice, Buzz. It's in remarkable condition. Where'd you find it?
North 6, West 12.
That's where we found the drums, right?
And there's more.
Well, let's go check it out.
Do you think we could be onto a smoke hut? Something the shaman used to drive out evil spirits?
Yeah, possibly.
Sarah's back on the demons again, Dr. Powell.
That's why we came out here in the first place, isn't it? Rumors of demons in the woods, the places that the Russian settlers wouldn't go, places that people still won't go.
Well, yeah, that and 80 years of research into the Chim Chim people.
Dr. Powell.
Yeah, what's up, Daryl?
I found something.
Yeah. So I don't think it's a smoke hut, Sarah. It looks to me more like a funeral potlatch. The drums, the bowls, the raven that take the spirit into the next world.
We're all dead. First there's the demons, then we open up a tomb with toast.
Remind me, Dr. Powell, what were these demons supposed to be doing?
Well, Buzz, they're a native version of the legend of the incubus and the succubus. They would take people from their homes, take them to the woods, and sometimes a woman would come back pregnant.
Sometimes they don't come back at all.
Daryl, you okay?
I'm hurt, man.
Buzz, grab a ladder. How you doing, buddy?
I landed bad. I twisted my ankle.
It's all right, we'll get you out. Don't worry.
Yes. "23 years.
What are you going to do?
Learn to fly fish.
For what it's worth, I think you got a raw deal.
I tell my doctor I'm worried about my heart, my blood pressure. Tells me to take these pills and to go fly fishing. Apparently there's something soothing about catching a fish on a hook, looking at them, then letting them go.
What about Jesse Keys?
smoking gun. 16-year-old boy with something put in his head by our friends. You and I both know we're never gonna find him. Disappeared from that bomb shelter and fell off the planet. Something, Marty. I've never really known what our friends were up to. Not a clue. Roswell taking all these people. But the way they took Jesse Keys. Whatever they're doing, we don't stand a damn chance against them. Is there something else?
Just wondering where to put the desk. I guess they didn't want to go outside the project. They put me in charge.
Great. And you can look for Jesse Keys.
I asked my dad once about his dad, my grandfather. I knew he'd had some hard times, but I didn't know a lot more than that. I said to my dad, I guess maybe he was kind of lost. Not lost, really, my dad said. But for a while, he was definitely bewildered.
I hope they get home all right. Hey, Mr. Spaceman, won't you please take me along? I won't do anything wrong. Hey, Mr. Spaceman.
Okay, what's the weirdest thing you ever saw? And acid trips don't count. I saw this two-headed snake once at the zoo in San Diego. And one time, man, I think I saw a flying saucer.
I've been on a flying saucer more than once. One time I saw my father. Been dead 4 days.
Okay, my man. Now that is really and truly weird. Waste of friggin' time and money going to the moon. You know what I always admired about you, back when we were over there? I was in 4 different units while I was in NAM, and you were the only one.
What do you mean, only one?
Officer at Walk Point. Every single mission, you Walk Point. At first, I thought it was just because you was crazy. But then maybe because you were the best guy in the whole world. Or maybe because you'd seen something that was something other than that reign of hell that we were in.
It was because I was the best guy in the world.
See now, me? Now I believe in everything. You tell me there's aliens or that you've gone for a ride on a saucer. Sure, why not? You tell me they killed the Kennedys or started the war, and I am with you 100%. But what I'm sorry to hear is that your experience was so bad that you could do what we did without even flinching.
I don't know what my experience was. All I know is my whole life was like that. Walking point through a jungle, waiting for something that I can't stop to happen to me.
No disrespect, but how does that make you any different than anybody else?
How's my credit?
Sorry, but there's nothing I can do in that regard.
Willie, I saved your life. Come on.
2 times. Now I'm gonna save yours. Get straight.
I don't want to get straight, Willie. I want to get high.
I know you want to get taken to that other world. Well, that costs money.
Oh, I'm good for it.
You're not good for nothing. Same as every other junkie I do business with. Now, that is why I am strictly cash and carry. Get straight. And I'd be happy never to see your face ever again. If you get some money, then I'd be happy to accommodate you.
We're expecting a telegram.
From Los Angeles, California? Tell me again, doesn't make get here any quicker.
You're the people that are digging in the woods, aren't you?
Yeah.
What are you looking for?
Well, do you know about the Indians that used to live out here?
A little bit.
We're trying to find out more about them.
5 even. Gonna be getting the hell out of there anytime soon? Why are you people so hostile? We're not doing anything. You got a home with a backyard? I have a backyard, yeah. You go outside. People digging potholes all over the yard. Maybe digging up things that are better left buried. How are you gonna feel about it? Oh. Thanks.
Trouble shortly after 10 o'clock Eastern Time last night. Something happened which cut off the power and oxygen supply in the command ship. At midnight, the astronauts were told to use the moon landing ship. At 3:42 a.m., they were ordered to make the critical firing to put the mission in an orbit.
You think this was an accident?
Get back to Earth. That firing was
If I had to weigh our friends' propensity to interfere against NASA's growing incompetence, I think I'd have to go with NASA.
The astronauts made their last television broadcast to Earth.
Last night, shortly after 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the crew aboard Apollo 13 sent a message to Mission Control in Houston.
If you were still in charge, you would have used this as further proof of that imminent invasion.
Transmission from inside the craft. An explosion from
Probably.
an unidentified source has crippled the main power supply. The hypothesis from Houston at this point is that it may have been caused by a collision with a meteoroid or an explosion on board the craft.
Sam! Hey, Dad. I'm surprised.
What the hell are you doing here? Dad said he lost his job.
Right, like you care about that. What do you want, Sam?
How's Julie?
She's pregnant. What do you want?
Pregnant? Well, congratulations.
You just came home to gloat, didn't you? You came home because he lost the organization.
You still think he's some sort of a god, don't you? I mean, he craps on you for 21 years, and you just keep coming back for more.
You don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about lies, Eric. I'm talking about this. A guy named Tom Clark says he devoted his life to exposing the government UFO hoax. You know, people see something strange in the sky, and the government makes them think it's a UFO, not some secret plane. People are taken from their homes in the middle of the night and filled full of mind-altering drugs. You know, it must have been cosmic visitors, because it sure as hell wasn't our government testing out some new chemical weapon. I mean, is that our legacy, Eric? Is that what he's been doing all these years, covering for these creeps?
What creeps? Tom Clark, I should have known.
You know him?
Our paths have crossed. I spent a lifetime building my organization. With one prank, he took it away from me.
It wasn't the prank. It's the times. Nobody cares about this science fiction stuff, Dad. We've got real monsters on this planet running this country, killing innocent people.
All right, son.
There were no monsters in my generation. No killing. You're my son. This is your inheritance, he told me.
I don't want any part of that.
Then why did you come home? I was just asking him the same question. If you don't give a damn about me, why did you come home?
What is it?
Part of your inheritance.
Is it true? Are you really in charge of some UFO project?
No, absolutely not. Guess I could have changed the combination. I wish that when you were ready, you'd come home. I found this at a crash site in New Mexico. What crashed was nothing man-made. Inside this craft were 5 beings. They were not human. 3 of them were dead. The 4th one died under observation in the 5th. Everything I've done since the moment I found this wreckage has been about this, about trying to understand who they are and what they wanted. I was wrong about the crop circle, Sam, but I'm not wrong about this. Something is about to happen. Maybe next week, maybe in 30 years. But these visitors, they're moving towards something.
It's really true, isn't it? Dad, you had no right to hide the truth like that.
You know what would have happened in 1947 if the country had believed we were about to be attacked from outer space?
Oh, I don't know. The growth of the military-industrial complex? Senate hearings to determine if you were or ever had been an alien sympathizer. You know, maybe we would have started to invade countries we already thought was coming to the men.
Can't abide a mess.
And what about now? I mean, you've kept this from the world for 23 years, Dad. Don't you think it's time you told the truth?
only been frightened once in my adult life. Would you like me to tell you about that time? That fifth one, survivor of the crash that was never accounted for. Tracked him down to a small town in Texas. He had formed a bond there with a young woman. And years later, I went back to that town. The woman was not that young then. She had 2 grown children, and she also had a 10-year-old son, the result of her bond with this stranger. Her older son, Tom, is the one who made that crop circle, Sam. He did it deliberately to destroy me.
Well, I guess he had his reasons.
I got close to the Clarks. I wanted to know more about the younger boy, Jacob. I was bringing him back to the ranch when it happened. A strange boy. He was gentle and he was withdrawn. When I looked in this boy's eyes, Sam, what I saw there was all my memories and all my fears. More than that, I saw them add up, do you understand? I saw my own death, Sam. I saw how I would die.
Maybe it was a moment of guilt. You know, maybe what you saw is what you know you deserve.
Well, there's your story, son. Your big scoop of Pulitzer while you're still an undergraduate. And all you have to do is make someone believe you.
Do you know where I can find some information on the dig site?
Yeah, I do. Who are you?
Oh, Sam Crawford.
Sarah.
How you doing? I'm a journalism student from UC Berkeley.
Dr. Powell? This is Sam Crawford. He's a journalism student.
Hi. Nice to meet you. How you doing?
Is that the carbon dating report?
Yeah.
Well, how old's her body?
Oh, it's about 6 years old, give or take. Yeah, the wrappings of bed sheets.
They date back to the early 1960s. My best estimate's 1964, but they can't tell for sure. We should have known. There's nothing Chimchin about the burial. They never wrapped their dead. The glyphs on the wall were indecipherable. Not their language at all.
Actually, I was hoping I could talk to you about that. What did you guys make of the writings you found in the burial chamber?
Well, there's no language that we've been able to identify.
Yeah, probably no more real than our mummy. Look, I gotta go find the sheriff. Sam, you're welcome to stick around if you want.
Thanks.
Okay.
I remember my mom telling me that she only went to church once with her mother on Easter Sunday. When the minister said that the kingdom of heaven was within her, that scared her half to death. It meant it was all up to her. People want the comfort of strong arms. They look to the voices in their heads, to drugs. They look to the sky.
Hey. Hey.
Well, I could see you didn't take my advice about getting clean. nights off to say to myself, maybe the man's got some money.
I got these.
What are they?
Yeah, my dad's medals.
What the hell are you doing?
Get a doctor?
I want you people packed up and out of here by tomorrow morning.
Sheriff, we've got to be able to come to some sort of compromise. This is a significant archaeological dig.
I don't care. I want you gone. Where's the mummy?
Oh, can I ask you something? Now, you say this mummy might be evidence of a murder, right?
Well, that's generally the case when somebody hides the body, yeah.
Then aren't you supposed to say, don't leave town, instead of get out of town by sunrise?
You find that helps you as you make your way through life? Being a wise ass?
Hey, Dr. Powell.
The mummy was here just a minute ago.
Well, it didn't just get up and walk off by itself, now did it?
Hey, look at this.
Mosquitoes starting early this year, huh, George? You know, I read somewhere that mosquitoes have killed more people in the history of the world. The way they spread disease and all. And all the wars, famines, and floods put together. It's hard to believe something like that, huh? You know what I like to do for mosquitoes? I like to get garlic and motor oil and rub it all over any part of me that's going to be exposed. I never have any trouble with little bloodsuckers.
Bye, Louise.
Honey, would you put... Wendy? 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 Wendy, Wendy? 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 She knows not to go in the woods. She has been told and she has been told.
Louise, it's gonna be all right. Kids wander off all the time. We find them.
Not in these woods.
That which is not you must become that other thing. My grandmother always used to say, walk a mile in another man's shoes. That is the great secret to shape-shifting. So it's not about the disguise. It's about knowledge.
You guys really gonna leave in the morning?
Yeah, well, we really don't have much of a choice.
It's a good dig, sir. Even without the body, you've done some important work here.
Yeah, we were only just getting started.
Oh, yeah? Made you call.
Not very subtle, are they?
Nah.
You really want to take a look at the writing on the wall, don't you?
Yeah, let's go.
Daryl, you want to join us?
Okay. You sure you want to do this?
I'm not a virgin, if that's what you mean.
I'm not talking about that.
I'm saying, you sure you want to wander off into the deep, dark woods when there's something out there?
What happened?
Tanner leaves. The curse. He's been revived. He's coming for you, Sarah.
Cut it out. That's not funny.
Dr. Powell, was the Raven considered a trickster or shapeshifter? Well, Daryl, are you looking for a grade here, or do you really want to know? A little bit of both. All right, fair enough. Trickster is both good and bad. He brings man knowledge of the universe as it is. Do you understand that? Okay, so Jack Tails and Loki and Daffy Duck, these are all examples of trickster guys. I mean, what could be trickier than shapeshifting, right?
Oh, right, like when Daffy pretended to be a skunk.
That was Sylvester, and I think paint spilled on his back, but yeah, you get the point.
Wow. You sure that wasn't Daffy? Because the duck, man, he's always getting into something.
I get the feeling that this all means something to you. Stay here and watch your stuff.
Where are they?
Check up here.
Oh, you want to get that light out of my face?
Sorry.
These two belong to you?
Yeah. You okay?
She's fine. But if you're going to be so jumpy you scream in the face of every old man you meet, you shouldn't be walking in the woods in the middle of the night, that's all.
Trickster. The trickster.
Dr. Powell?
I was just messing around, man. Hello? Buzz? This isn't funny, man. Hello? Dr. Powell? Dr. Powell?
The safe return of the Apollo 13 astronauts who splashed down in the Pacific near the USS Iwo Jima. The astronauts were immediately flown by helicopter to Iwo Jima, where a medical doctor examined them. President Nixon watched the final moments of the Apollo 13 on TV and then announced that he will fly to Houston to pick up the families of the astronauts and continue on to Hawaii, where he will award the astronauts the Medal of Freedom.
How are you feeling today, Frank?
Better. Feeling better.
Miss, I got this itch that really needs scratching.
You slept through the night.
First time.
I know. Thought you might be up for some solid food.
I've got something solid right here.
Looks like Johnson's hungry. Hungry?
No. Do they still have those guys in the park who sell hot dogs?
Uh-huh.
But Sheriff, Daryl's vanished. He's been gone all night. Is he a citizen of Haysport? No, he's not. So his disappearance is not my problem.
What do you mean it's not your problem?
Who are you?
I'm Sam Crawford. I'm a reporter. I'm here doing a story on the dig.
Not anymore, you're not.
Look, Sheriff, last night there was an old man.
Old man?
Yeah, prowling the woods with a shotgun. Now one of my students has disappeared, and you're telling me that you're not going to do a thing about it?
Tell you what. You file a report, I'll keep my eyes open.
Starting again, Kirby, isn't it?
When you're a kid, anything can take you away. Soap bubbles, or a hose spraying a rainbow up over a new mowed lawn. I guess growing up means that it gets harder and harder to find your way back to that kind of place where you can be taken. One time I see grown-ups with that same sort of look on their faces. It's when they're first falling in love.
Changed a lot while you were away, huh?
Wasn't really thinking about that. Just thinking about all those bubbles.
They're beautiful, aren't they?
Yeah. These kids look really happy.
What happened?
A lot of things.
In the war?
I don't know. I was just the icing on my cake.
Man, lighten up. It's not my war.
Come on.
Jason, man can't make a damn bubble in the modern world.
Come on, it's okay. Frank. Frank. Hey, it's okay. You can tell me. Hey, my name's Amelia, for God's sake. I was named after somebody who was lost.
Can I ask you to do something for me? Would you call me Jesse instead of Frank? Frank's not my real name. Maybe someday I can explain.
Excuse me, miss. I'm looking for Lieutenant Frank Pierce. Ridley, Personnel Services Office, Records Branch. You're a difficult man to find.
Yeah, I've been sort of preoccupied.
You never picked up your medals. I have a Bronze Star and a Purple Heart.
Keep.
Excuse me?
Give them to someone who deserves them.
You don't want them?
I want them.
Okay? I read the report on this, Lieutenant. What you did, it's a miracle you survived. The temple was on fire. You couldn't get everyone out. I don't know if you blame yourself or the men you couldn't save, if that's what this is all about.
It's about that and a lot of other things. I'm not gonna take your medals.
Oh, we'll just add that to the list. The list of things you're going to explain to me someday.
Like it? Being a nurse?
When I was in college, I knew everything that was wrong with the world. I wasn't doing one little thing to make it better. What about you? Did you always want to be a soldier?
I always figured I'd be a mechanic like my dad.
What happened?
I'm different in that way. I stopped thinking I could fix things. You okay, buddy?
Steve! Oh, you little idiot, what were you doing? Why don't you think? You don't think.
Ma'am, I think he's scared enough already.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You okay? Very brave.
No. It's not brave when you know nothing can hurt you.
Someone's watching over you. You got a guardian angel or something?
Or something.
Is that what happened in Vietnam, Jesse? You thought you couldn't get hurt?
No. I knew I couldn't get hurt. We were in the Quang Nang province, and we walked into a trap. Knowing what I knew, knowing that I was safe, I should have been able to do more. I was daring them the whole time, saying, go ahead, get me out of this one. And they did. They got me out. And they let 27 men from my unit die.
Who are they, Jesse? Who are you talking about?
Add that to your list.
Okay, guys. The only way to cover enough ground before nightfall is to split up. Any problems, blow your whistles. Keep blowing until the rest of us can get to where you are, all right? Sam's offered to help us look. One more thing. Someone has to stay here just in case Daryl comes back while we're out looking for him.
I will.
Thanks, Sarah. You might want to keep this. Let's go, you guys. Be safe. Daryl! Daryl! Daryl? Daryl! 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 Daryl? Hello? Is anybody there? Hello?
Daryl? You in there? Hello?
Any word yet? Nobody's been back.
This is deeply creepy.
Yeah, deeply. Look, I better go back out.
You want to take this?
You should keep it.
You take care of the problem.
Yeah. He just got up Powell when I came on him. I shot him twice.
No body?
There was blood all over the ground. I figured he'd crawl away to die.
Well, you figure or you hope.
Come on, Doc. I told you I shot him twice.
You didn't really want to go make sure just in case you were wrong.
What are you looking at, old man? You ain't helping matters creeping around the woods like that. You're damn lucky you're still alive.
I need some help. Somebody help me, please.
Shock, nothing more. She probably won't remember a thing, Kirby.
Well, let's hope not, huh?
What's going on here, Sheriff?
What paper did you say you work for again?
Well, it's a college newspaper.
Uh-huh. Well, next time an officer of the law makes a suggestion to you, like go away, for example, you should think about listening. I see you again, I'm gonna drive you up into the woods and I'm gonna shoot you. Go away.
His eyes. He came through the burial chamber. His eyes. Oh, God. His eyes.
You're all right. When I found you, I thought you might be dead. Then I noticed you were still breathing, so I dragged you in here to keep you out of the elements and such.
Who the hell are you?
My name's Leo. My daughter's name was Nadine. She would have been 40 this year. We got the Northern Lights up here. But in 1958, there was something in the sky that wasn't any Aurora Borealis. There were these lights in the sky, dancing, moving in ways you wouldn't believe. Coming down out of the sky and disappearing into the woods. My Nadine went walking in there, trying to see what they were. She came back a day and a half later. No idea where she'd been. No idea what had happened to her. It was about 4 months after that she started to show. The twins were born in early '59. The pregnancy was hard, real hard, and the birth killed her. I was Nadine's only family, so I took the boys. I named them Larry and Lester. They were all wrong, those boys, right from the start. But it wasn't just that. It was how they looked and what they could do. They had a way of peering inside a fella even when they were small. When I looked in this boy's eyes, Sam, what I saw there was all my memories and all my fears. After a little while, it got too hard for us to stay in town. Folks just didn't want them around, so we went out into the woods. Stayed in this cabin my father had built for hunting trips.
What you tell him, Leo?
Well, doesn't really matter. We're gonna take that drive I promised you.
Killed one of the twins, didn't you? You killed him, then you wrapped him up and stuck him in that burial chamber.
Larry. He was the worst of the two. Took to trying out his abilities when he was 16 years old. Leo mentioned that? All the dead dogs and cattle? Things he did to them hunters in the woods. This town makes its living off the hunting season. Close to 10 years, couldn't pay folks to go in our woods.
Hell, Leo wouldn't go near that cabin himself.
My job to keep this town safe for everybody. That boy was a menace. I went up there, tried to talk some sense into him. Anyway, I didn't wrap him up. I buried him under a tree. How we wound up in that burial pit, wrapped up like that. I got some ideas.
Come on! Get after him! Where'd he go? This way.
Can you come with me?
Lester.
It's the sheriff.
What the hell is going on?
We're going in after him, Kirby. My daughter's still missing, and we know who's responsible. All right, let's go.
Over here. She's hurt bad. Must have tried to climb a tree to see where she was, and she fell. Her legs broke in a couple of places. I sneak up when she's asleep, leave her food and water, but I can't get her into town. I'm afraid she'll look at me.
What happens when people look at you?
I don't know exactly. When my brother and I were kids, we used to just scare folks mostly. I think people look at us. They see too much.
All their memories. All their fears.
I guess you could say.
Why'd you rip your brother up like that?
My brother and I, sometimes we would draw in this weird language. We never knew what it meant, but it looked kind of like in books and stuff about ancient Egypt.
Yes.
I knew it was important. Like maybe magic or something. I thought maybe if I wrapped him up like that, put him somewhere special with that writing all around him.
Maybe he'd come back to life.
Kind of foolish, huh?
No. No, Lester, I don't think that's foolish at all. I think you loved your brother very much.
I never meant to hurt any of those people who dug up the grave. I was just trying to get help for the little girl.
I know.
Maya. Whatever it is I do to people. I guess it got stronger after Larry died. I really never meant for anyone to get hurt. Ugh.
You're hurt, too. I gotta get you both to a doctor.
Just worry about the little girl.
Hi.
Hi.
Are you the one who's been bringing me food?
No, sweetheart, I'm not.
Is Adam over there? I want to say thanks.
His name's Lester, and you can thank him later, okay? Right now, I'm gonna have to pick you up, but it might hurt a little bit, so can you be brave?
The little girl's in here. She's all right.
Stop! Stop! Stop pouring the gas!
We're coming out.
Lester, thank you.
You're welcome.
Did he do this to you?
No, Mommy, I fell off a tree.
Get her back to the car, Louise. We're gonna finish this once and for all.
Why don't you let me take it from here?
Eric. What are you doing here, Eric?
You're not a hard man to follow, Sam. From everything the sheriff and Dr. Schilling have been telling me, you've got something here that's important to the project. Some sort of half-breed or something.
That's why you're here?
I'm here to keep you from doing anything unfortunate. The sheriff tells me you've been less than cooperative with him.
Look, there's nothing here for you.
I think I'd like to see for myself.
Eric, you can't go in there. You're going to stop me? You could be killed.
You care about me, Sam, untouched.
He's right, son. You don't want to go in there.
Eric, no. Get your hands off me! Look, I'm not gonna let you take him.
Lester don't want to hurt anybody. You all get out of here before something happens.
Step away from the porch, Leo.
Mommy, I think I'm gonna hurt Lester.
We're gonna put Lester out of his misery.
I let you people take my boys before, and look where it got me. No, sir. I'm not moving.
Well, suit yourself.
Come on!
You want him now, little brother? He's all yours.
Lester, you gotta get out of here!
Larry didn't mean to hurt anyone either. They came out with cameras, take pictures of the freaks. Larry just lost his temper.
We gotta go!
What's the point? Where am I gonna go?
We'll figure something out. Come on!
You better get out of here.
Lester, come on!
Grandpa did that, didn't he?
I'm very cute. You're very cute. I'm Mary. I'm Mary.
Come on, Mary. You say Grandpa. You say Grandpa. You say Grandpa.
She's only a week old.
You can't start indoctrinating them too soon. Come on, Mary. Grandpa. Come on, Grandpa. I wish your brother Sam was here to see this. Say Grandpa.
Julie, could you give Dad and me a minute? I bring my baby over for you to see. You're still talking about Sam.
We haven't heard from him since he left.
We won't be hearing from him anymore. Sam is dead.
What?
You went out trying to find proof that would destroy you, and that proof killed him. He died trying to bring you down. He hated you that much. You never told me any of the things you told Sam. I would never have broken your trust, and you never once gave it to me. Is this what you saw? When you saw your own death? A stroke, right? A massive explosion. Pop goes the brainstem. That's why you always hated me. I scared you. You knew I was the last thing you'd ever see. Kind of funny, isn't it? If you'd been a little kinder, maybe showed a little more interest, this might not have happened. Knowing what you know, that's what brought us here. So, how does it end, Dad? Are you trapped in there? Stuck inside your head a while longer before the lights finally all go out? I always loved you better, you know that. You wet yourself.
Breakfast in the kitchen. The master bedroom, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Shut the door on your way out.
Eric, I guess I was wrong about you. Good luck and Godspeed. Dad.
If my words did glow with the gold of sunshine, and my tunes were played on the harp of the strum, would you hear my voice come through the music? Would you hold it near as if were your own? It's a hand-me-down. Before hearts are broken, perhaps get better. There comes sun. I don't know. Don't really care. Let there be songs to fill